Hello everyone, welcome back to the PWC YouTube channel. Today, I will be ranking every single team on one tier list. All 45 of them, not including mine, which would be the 46th. And I mean, I'm gonna regret this by like 20 teams in, so this is gonna be great. So the first team, as you can see, it's mine. I'm not gonna rank it, but I will talk a little about it, not too much, because my week one opponent is hearing me right now. I am on a Discord call. I'm deafened, so I can't hear them, but they're watching this roll on live. It's gonna be great. They get early access to the rankings. So first off, I have my signature is Cyclozar. It's not the flashiest signature, but it gets the job done, right? It's like a mini Tornadus Styrian. It has knockoff. It has U-turn regenerator. It removes hazards. It's a good utility mod. It's not the craziest thing. Like it's not like the greatest abuser of Terra. It's not like a Jolteon or whatever. It's not like a four times a mon with the four times weakness you can get rid of. It's not like a really scary like offensive threat in general, but I think it'll be one of the more reliable like game to game performers as far as signatures go. Iron Moth, crazy fucking Pokemon, and then my team is very lopsided on the special offense, as you guys could see. Iron Moth, Alakazam, and Styrian, Circuitry, even Aegislash and Celebi, because I mean, Aegislash could be physical. Celebi, I mean, I'd have to check what physical moves it gets, but and then Glimmet is gonna get 17 kills this season. Trust me. It won't, but it has base 105 special attack for no fucking reason. It's a Glimmet. Why does it hit hard? Anyways, it's not the greatest team out there, but I think it's solid. It's a solid team. It's scary. It has a lot of like scary offensive threats. We'll see how it pans out. Now for the first team that I'm actually going to rank, we have Trinell and the Haven City Skitty. So his team, Zoroark is the signature, Celesteela, Tapu Fini, Baxcalibur, Alakazam, Regieleki, Heracross, Quagsire, Roserade, Komala, and Flareon. So, first things first, Zoroark is a signature. It's either going to be terrible or it's going to be amazing, and there is no in between because it's a Zoroark. Although I'm leaning towards it being amazing because disguising Zoroark as Regieleki is gonna be a threat because they're gonna see a Regieleki and think, okay, shit, it's a Regieleki. Let me switch into my ground type. And then you like Terra Grass or Terra Ice your Zoroark and just destroy them. And that's actually really fucking scary. You can also disguise it as a Baxcalibur because it's a Baxcalibur. That thing's a threat. And the rest of the team is also really good. Celesteela's a good defensive mon. Tapu Fini is a good defensive mon. Quagsire is a good defensive mon. Alakazam is probably one of the craziest A tiers you can draft. That thing is insane. Why is it not S tier? Um, Heracross can do good. It can be like a Flame Orb Guts. It can be Scarf. It can be Choice Band versus slower teams. It also gets spikes, which I don't know how long it's had spikes for. This could have always have had spikes. It could also just be like a Gen 8 thing, but it has spikes. In terms of hazards, it has, good choices. Quagsire gets every hazard because it's a Quagsire. Of course it does. It got a buff in Gen 9. Roserade also gets spikes and T-spikes. Heracross gets spikes. You have good options for hazard setting. You have Regieleki and Tapu Fini, which are really good hazard removers. Although Fini, the Misty Surge the Misty Terrain will disappear if you defog it, which isn't ideal, but you win some, you lose some, right? In terms of Volturn, this team could have more. It has Zoroark, it has Regieleki, it has Komala, fucking Flareon could Baton Pass if you want, just Dry Pass for momentum, which is good to be fair, but then Alakazam has Teleport, but you're gonna run Teleport on Zam? I don't really think so. Um, Team also has a lot of knockoff, and I think knockoff, hot take, best move in the game because it gets rid of heavy duty boots, and then your hazards can do big damage. So having 5 knockoff users, although to be fair, you're probably not running knockoff Zam a lot, but that's also pretty good. And overall, the speed tiers on this team are like are so close to being sus, but they're good enough, right? You have Alakazam at 120, you have Zoroark at 105, Roserade at 90, and then from down there it's a lot of Clardmons in the 80s, and it's not the best speed tiers, but it's not the worst. They're very serviceable. Overall, I think this is a pretty good team. The lack of Ghost type is a little sus. I think Ghost types are pretty good, but not just for spin blocking, but also as offensive threats, depending on the Ghost type you draft. Um, I think like you definitely want like every type in the game except like these three fucking shitters and the rock type. You don't have a rock type, but who cares? It's rock type. It sucks. Um, but yeah, it's a pretty good team. I don't think it's the craziest team, but I think it will hinge on how good Zoroark ends up being as a signature. Like I think disguising it as the Regieleki is gonna be really good. The Zam is really good. The Excalibur is really good. Some super threatening A tiers, and then like a solid defensive backbone to back up the offense. Um, it's a very good team. I will put what tier am I putting it? So I guess I should explain the tiers. So we have S tier, which are really good teams with very minuscule issues, if any at all. We have pretty good teams that might have a flaw or two in them. We have respectable teams with a few issues. Average-ish teams or teams that have potential to be insane that are held back by glaring flaws. So the C tier will have either like just run-of-the-mill, like whatever teams, or they're gonna have like some teams that are like two or three like trades from being potentially like bonkers. And then D tier is just uh, I don't want to be too mean, but these teams are gonna be kind of bad. So Trinell, I will put his team. Let me take one more glance at it. This feels like an A plus team. It could be S tier. It could be A tier. I will put it at like very high. Um, I don't know why I copied it, but oh my god, none of these are fucking okay. There we go. All right. Next up, we have the Grounded Gibbles, coached by Caracasa. So his team is Chestnut, Gliscor, Aegislash, Azumarill, Pelipper, Arcanine, Garganacl, Kilowattrel, Overquill, Kabutops, and Golduck. So we got a little rain going on here. Chestnut as a signature is really good. Has a 4 times weakness. Not anymore. You click the Terra button and it's gone. This team, the type coverage is pretty sus, but it is a rain team, so you can excuse it somewhat. But not having like a psychic type, a normal type to resist ghost, is pretty sus. Although you don't actually have like a bad like ghost weakness because Garganacl resists ghost because of the purifying salt ability. And I mean, I'm not convinced by the Kabutops and the Golduck. I'm not convinced by the Garganacl. I don't think that one is good whatsoever. I know that Toxic is a lot more prevalent in that decks, and being immune to Toxic is really good, but I still think you're just playing down 6-5 if your opponent runs a Covert Cloak. Unless that Covert Cloak mon loses to Body Press, but like, come on. You're not gonna run a Covert Cloak mon that loses to Iron Defense Body Press, right? That's just dumb. This team, let's see. We have some good hazards going on. Gliscor. Gliscor's missing spikes in here. Apparently it's getting spikes after home releases. I don't fucking know. It might not. Because I think it gets it in Legends Arceus? Not entirely sure. Um, but Kabutops has rocks, Garganacl has rocks. You have good hazard setting. Overquill gets both spikes. Chestnut gets spikes, and you're bringing it every week, so you can obviously some weeks you might want to run like sub belly drum, but Chestnut, as far as like hazard setters go, pretty reliable spiker. And momentum, you also have a good amount. Pelipper U-turns, Kilowattrel Volt switches, Gliscor can U-turn. Although Gliscor does suffer quite a bit from move slot syndrome. And the hazard removal here is kind of sus. Like Kabutops can run it if you bring it. Pelipper defogs, but I think relying on Pelipper to defog is kind of bad because Gliscor doesn't want to defog. Gliscor suffers a lot from 4 move slot syndrome and was like what Earthquake, knockoff. U-turn, rocks, like defog. It can run spikes now. It has like we can run protect to get like munch on poison heal recovery. There's like there's just so much that Gliscor wants to run that you can't really rely on it as a defogger. Like if you're just defogging with Gliscor, that's you're wasting so much potential with them on. I feel like you also have no cleric options, but I don't think that's like a big deal. They're nice to have, but they're not mandatory. Um, for knockoff users, pretty good. Knockoff's a good move. Um, I think some of the electric weakness is really bad, but luckily you do have the Gliscor and the Kilowattrel for that. But the problem is if someone has like Ice Beam, you probably just lose on like the one that has electric stab. Or not stab, but like if you just lose the bolt beam coverage unless Chestnut can carry you with Terra. Um, it's a pretty interesting team. I'm not convinced by the rain mons. Kilowattrel's good. Like Hurricane doesn't miss. You can click Thunder. 30% paralysis chance is really good. Overquill and Rain, has potential. I didn't enjoy using this, but in Rain it's probably a lot better. But I'm not convinced by the Cobbleptops or Golduck. And I don't think the team is like super crazy. Like you have the Azu and Rain is gonna hurt really bad. Although you do have to be careful of Mirror Herb. I remember running Azu and getting Mirror Herbed, and I still won. But we're gonna ignore how I won that game. Um, yeah, it's a good team. Aegislash is a good mon as well. I should mention that. But yeah, so you're liking quite a few like types. You're liking normal type, kind of sus, psychic, and dragon, pretty important types in my opinion. Um, yeah, it's an interesting team. Um, so I guess I should remove this. So Caracasa, I think this is a respectable B tier team. So next up, we have Prof, coach of DB Gonthok Cricketot, and his team, Golisopod, Tapu Koko, Excadrill, Tangrove, Reuniclus, Mienshao, Umbreon, Moltres, Gigalith, Drampa, and Perugly. So, Golisopod as a signature is interesting. You tear a bug first impression probably every week, or almost every week at least. I mean, Terra Bug first impression is pretty good, but I think it's a super sus signature. Like, I get why you would do that, because Terrabug first impression is really good, and like Lokix is B tier, Durant is B tier. So even Flygon's B tier if you want to do that. Right, a lot of first impression mons are not terrible, but you can't Terra them. But Golisopod you can, but I think it's too much of a one-trick pony, and I don't like that from a signature. I think having more versatility is nice. There's a team, not a team I'd like facing, but Tapu Koko, you have a Sandcore, Excadrill, Gigalith, you have Tangrowth for Regenerator, Mienshao for Regenerator. Reuniclus and Sand is really good because it just doesn't take damage from it with Magic Guard. Umbreon's a piece of shit mon. It's super annoying to face, but not the greatest either. Moltres, good mon. Really reliable defogger, has U-turn. Drampa and Perugly, kind of sus. Feels like you just threw them in there to have a dragon in a normal type. Feels a bit jank. The hazard setting options are not great. Gigalith, you're probably bringing Gigalith most weeks for Excadrill anyways. But if Sand doesn't have like a good matchup, you just don't really have hazards. Like Golisopod gets spikes, but you want a first impression. Like I don't. I guess if you think you can force a switch, you can spike on the switch, but hazard options. I would like another rocker or another spiker. That would have been really nice. Um, as for hazard removal, I mean Drampa. you're not bringing Jump into that many games. Excadrill does not want to spin unless you bring like I don't know bulky Mold Breaker without Gigalith. I don't know. Like just do what Excadrill does in Black and White OU. Just bulky Mold Breaker, spin, rocks, like dual stab. In a matchup where Excadrill can't like sweep. I guess. Tapu Koko really doesn't want to defog, so it's really just Moltres and Drampa like to remove hazards. Because Tapu Koko and Excadrill are great hazard removers, but if you're using them to remove hazards, that's you're kind of like throwing them away. Like that's a huge waste of a move slot. Although I guess you could run that Rapid Spin on Excadrill to get a speed boost outside of Sand. I guess that's an option. Like you just run Sword Stands, 3 attacks, with Rapid Spin being one of them. But still, that's not the greatest. This does have a lot of momentum though. Tapu Koko has both U-turn and Volt Switch, so it can U-turn out on ground types that want to come in. Horugly has U-turn if you want to use that thing ever. Moltres has U-turn, really good mod. Mienshao has U-turn plus Regenerator, which is crazy. You even have Dry Pass with Umbreon for momentum, so it's not a complete momentum sink because it can Baton Pass out. Speaking of Umbreon, gives you a really good Cleric option, which with Wish and Heal Bell. You can cripple something with the Reuniclus Trick. You have a lot of knockoff, which, as I said before, and I will say it again, I think it's the best move in the game. Don't at me. I can't wait to be added like 3 times by the people hearing this right now. It's gonna be great. Um, yeah, it's a really good team, but I don't think it's like it's not a crazy team. Like it doesn't have anything that like will blow your mind. You look at this team and think, "Wow, this team is bonkers insane." But it is a very good team. So I will also put it very comfortably in A tier. Next up, we have the defending champion of Tusk Division, Kylardia, and coach of the Chicago Buffalon. His team is Tyrantrum, Iron Treads, Latios, Amoonguss, Skeledirge, Crobat, Slurpuff, Crawdon, Rotom Frost, Zatsu, and Crabominable. So Terra Tyrantrum, very interesting. I'm not entirely sure what you can do with that, but hey, it learns Stealth Rocks, so you can bring a Rocker every week. That's pretty good. I guess you can tear a rock and just click Head Smash, and I mean, that's pretty fair. I mean, that seems pretty fucking good. I'm not entirely sure what else you could do with this. I guess you could just like defensive Terra and like get an easy Dragon Dance. Iron Treads, probably one of the best ones around. Really good rocker, really good spinner. It has Volt Switch, which really good mon. Latios, pretty scary. You just click Draco Meteor. Amoonguss is a good amount. Amoonguss Skeledirge, really good defensive core. Crobat as well, if you want to throw that in. Slurpuff. I'm not the biggest fan of Slurpuff, but I can respect the pick because it's a solid fairy. I don't really like using it though, but it's solid. You know, it can belly drum. It can like be bulky with like Wish. It can click Sticky Web, which will be pretty nice for Tyrantrum. Like you get up webs and then like you just run Choice Band. That seems pretty good. Also for Crawdon as well. Like these are slower offensive threats that really benefit from webs. Rotom Frost is pretty decent. Zatsu is pretty decent. It has Magic Bounce, so it's always gonna like fill some sort of use. Crabominable is one of the Pokemon of all time. In terms of hazards, you have a rocker a mon that you bring every week that can run rocks. You have Iron Treads, which you probably bring every week, and probably run rocks on it every week. So you have reliable rockers. You don't have the most amount of rockers. You also don't have any sort of spikes. But you do have really reliable rockers. You do have webs for Slurpuff, so you have good hazard options. For removal, well, you have one of the best spinners in the game. You have a bunch of reliable defoggers. Zatsu has Magic Bounce, which kind of counts as hazard control. Well, it counts as hazard control. It kind of counts as removal, because, you know, the best form of removal is to prevent hazards from going up. And, well, Magic Bounce, well, it doesn't prevent hazards from going up. It just prevents them from going up on your side. But Rotom Frost is a good defogger. Latios is a good... Latios isn't a good defogger. And it doesn't want to defog ever, but it can. Crobat's a really reliable defogger as well. For momentum, again, pretty good. You have two U-turners, two Volt Switchers. Latios can baton pass out. Zatu has teleport, which is a really good move. It has three momentum moves. What the fuck? If you want to dry pass, if you count that. As for knockoff, well, you have two really good knockoff users, but you could have more knockoff. That's all I'm saying. This team is a bit sus. Like this rock weakness is really bad. Like Iron Treads quad resists rock, but it's also weak to ground. So like it's not the greatest rock resist either. Like if you resist one but you're weak to the other, like that's doesn't make it the greatest answer to either type. And all the rock weaknesses as well. So there's gonna be a lot of boots on this team because that's a lot of rock weaknesses. The weaknesses to ghosts are also very sus because you don't have a normal type, so ghost types can also kind of run train. Like Latios is weak to it, Scaled, they're just weak to it and can't Terra out of it. Sato is weak to it as well. We also have well, it's not that bad of a Knight's weakness. It's what, 5 weaknesses with 4 resists. That's manageable because you have enough resists for that. Um, I haven't been looking at speed tiers. I didn't look at. Let me look at prof speed tiers. Are they good? They're pretty solid. All right, let's look at these speed tiers. So you have Latios, you have Treads at 106, goes down to Zatu at 95, Rotom Frost at 86, and Slurp 72, Tyrantrum 71. Um, the bit sus. I'm not gonna lie. Like I think if you had like another mon that isn't like a Slurp for Zatu, like somewhere in this like 70 to 90 range, I think it would be pretty nice. You have 4 ground immunities, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean 2 Levitate mons and 2 flying types does that, huh? Um, yeah, this team is solid. I think it has a little more issues going on with it than other teams, but I think it's pretty solid. I think Gylardia's team, it's probably like lower end of A tier or upper end of B tier, I would say. I think I'll put it on B tier for now. So next up, we have the Flanders Flygons, coached by Ronan Sting. His team is Galarian Articuno, Meowscarada, Hisuian Zoroark, Quaquaval, Volcanion, Florges, Magnezone, Bombi, Steelix, Dragalge, and Farfetch'd. So first of all, Galarian Articuno, pretty cool signature. Is it good? We'll find out. But it has like no coverage, but it's coming back via home, which means that it will get Terra Blast. It has Terra Blast, so it gets coverage when you can Terra it, and it goes from being pretty fucking bad to maybe good. Who knows? Um, that's a lot of bug resists. What the fuck? All in a row too. Meowscarada, really good mon. It has fast U-turn, it has knockoff, it has spikes, it has flower trick. Pretty good mon. Hisuian Zoroark's also really good. You can disguise Zoroark. We can disguise Zoroark as Quaquaval wouldn't be bad. Um, I guess disguising it as a Volcanion. I guess it wouldn't be bad disguising as mostly anything here. But it doesn't have like a super crazy thing that it can like disguise as like Trinell's Regieleki. I think that combo is really good. And I don't think there's something quite to that level here, but I think you have solid options to disguise Zoroark as. Quaquaval can be a threat, Volcanion can be a threat, both hit pretty hard. I am noticing that this team does lean quite a bit into special offense. Like you have the Gardecuno, you have the Zoroark, Volcanion, Magnezone, Dragalge. Then for physical offense, it's Meowscarada, Quaquaval, and then like Steelix. Steelix counts, I guess, base 85 attack, and then Farfetch'd it's a fucking Farfetch'd, alright? I don't think that mon counts as the good a physical offensive mon. Um, Steelix being your only rocker isn't ideal, but Meowscarada has spikes and T-spikes, and I think it's a really reliable spiker. I think it's pretty good. Dragalge has T-spikes as well if you want to bring that. Like, because I think most weeks you can probably like slot in like T-spikes on your Dragalge. And for hazard removal, it's pretty good. Quaquaval is a really good spinner. Um, Volcanion can defog, Florges can defog, both are pretty solid. Ribombee and Farfetch can defog as well if you want to run that. Ribombee having webs is pretty solid because it helps a lot of these like Gardecudo, Quaquaval before it gets like Aqua Steps going, or like Volcanion to like outspeed a lot of Mons. I think webs fits nicely on this team. Although, no, never mind. I was gonna say something, but it was gonna be really dumb. So let's not say it. Um, the speed tiers are pretty good. Ribombee, Meowscarada, 2 mons above base 120, pretty solid. Then the Student Zoroark at 110, Gardecuno at 95, Quaquaval at 85, Volcanion at 70. As Floor just probably doesn't run speed investment almost ever, but it's there. Magnezone to trap steel types, I think that's. What are you trapping steel types for on this team? Like Gardecuno, I guess? I don't really see. Magnapole doesn't look that good on this team, but it's still Magnapole. It's fine. Um, you do have a lot of momentum. Half your team gets U-turn, Magnezone can Volt Switch, or even teleport. I don't know why you would run teleport over Volt Switch, but you can. I guess if you don't want to hit a ground type. Um, you also have some Baton Pass mons for more momentum. Well, 3 of them already get U-turn, but Floor just can Baton Pass, I suppose. Floor just could actually Calm Mind as well. Like, it gets Calm Mind. You can maybe catch someone off guard with that. It's also a really good cleric. You do have a decent amount of knockoff. Meowscarada just throw off knockoffs. Hisuian Zoroark. I mean, you can knock off with Hisuian Zoroark. Like, if you disguise it as Meowscarada, they'll never know. Source, trust me. Um, let's look at the weaknesses. You have a fire weakness, but I think that's fine. You have a Volcanion. That's quad resist to fire. That's fine. Weak to ice, but it's not an egregious ice weakness. And again, Volcanion covers that nicely with the quad resist. You're weak to flying. You have a Magnezone to cover that. You have a Steelix. You do have 2 steel types, and one of the flying weaknesses is Ribombee, and nobody gives a shit because it just clicks webs and dies. I mean, I guess you can Quiver Dance with Ribombee, but who's gonna Quiver Dance with Ribombee? Like, if you made it your signature, I guess you could Quiver Dance with Ribombee, but it's not a good Quiver Dancer from experience. Or maybe I'm just bad, who knows. Rock weakness kind of bad. The fact that ground like it is also kind of rough as well. Edgequake does do numbers on this team. So yeah, it has like a couple issues with this team. It's leaning really hard into special offense, kind of like my team. And I would have liked to see another rocker and probably another knockoff user, but and the Edgequake weakness is a little sus. But overall, it's a good team. I like it. I will put it on A tier. So next up, we have the Florida Flamingos, coached by Mayo. So his team is Arctozolt, Slowking, Volcarona, Alolan Ninetales, Haxorus, Gligar, Delmise, Forretress, Grafaiai, Morpeko, or Morpeko? I don't know how you say that. I think it's Morpeko. And Girder. So Arctozolt is a signature, very interesting and also very committal. I guess the point is just Terra Electric Bolt Beak, and like you have Ice Stab to hit like the ground types, which to be fair is pretty scary. Like Bolt Beak is already super scary, and just making a Terra Electric Bolt Beak really fucking scary. That shit is gonna hit so hard. And you also have the 2 best hail setters. Well, I guess it's called snow now, huh? You have the 2 best snow setters in the game, Slowking with Chilly Reception and Alola Ninetales. You could just click Aurora Veil, and it works really nicely on this team because you have Volcarona and Haxorus, 2 really good setup sweepers. And they can set up some dragon dances. They can dance a lot with Aurora Veil up. That's all I will say. Um, I mean, I want a league with screens into Volcarona and just click buttons and win. Although to be fair, my Volcarona could Terra, but that's not important. Um, Although the defensive issues on this team, because you do have the two ice types, is well not just because the two ice types, but there are some big issues on this team. Really bad edge quake weakness. Flying weakness is really fucking bad because your only resists don't actually switch into flying moves. Like Arctozolt doesn't want to switch in, Morpeko doesn't want to switch in. The fire weakness is really bad. Your only resist is Haxorus because Volcarona is a bug type, and yeah, that doesn't really work. You have the two resists and Slowking and Haxorus, and depending on the fire type, Slowking, like if it's a Chandelure, like Slowking's not a switch in, right? And like that will just destroy your entire team. The edge quick weakness is bad. The flying weakness is bad. The speed tiers are a little sus. Not having a mana above base 110 isn't ideal. Like it's not horrible. Like because the numbers themselves are fine. It's just that the high end isn't that high. Like that, but you do have Arctozol to make up for it. But the speed tiers are good. 110, 109, 100, 97, 85. And then Arctozol has Slush Rush. So the speed tiers here are fine. As for hazards, Fortress is a pretty good hazard setter. Gligar is a pretty good rocker. You have three solid spinners. Morpeko can spin. Tori can spin. Delmai's pretty good spinner. You do have it's hard to count like any of these as defoggers because Gligar kind of hard pressed to fit moves into it. You have four slots and you want to fit in a lot of moves. I mentioned this with Gliscor earlier, but it's hard to fit defog into Gligar's moveset. Girder, I mean, it's a Girder. You might bring it to like a game or two. And Volcarona is not defogging. That's all I will say. In terms of momentum, Volcarona has U-turn, although I don't know if you ever use that move on Volcarona. Grafaiai has U-turn, Gligar has U-turn, although you could also prankster Baton Pass with Grafaiai, because I don't know, reasons. You do have teleport with Slowking, which is really good. You do have two Volt Switchers, so the Morpeko's more of a physical attacker. Arctol, I was pretty surprised to see that when I drafted it in Speed Tour, Arctozolt doesn't have Volt Switch, and I saw that I'm like, wait, what? It doesn't? But yeah, it does not have Volt Switch apparently. Uh, you do have four knockoff users, and there are four ones that do enjoy running knockoff a lot. So I think there's some pretty bad like defensive issues with this team. Namely the edge quake weakness. The speedsters could be a little better, but they're fine. You could probably use like you just need a way to sort out like mostly your fire weakness and mostly you know edge quake weakness because this ain't it, Chief. But it's an interesting team. I think Terra Arctozolt will be an absolute menace. Volcarona Haxorus with Veil. Like, this is a good Veil offense team, and that has a solid defensive backbone to it as well. But we'll see. I think it's gonna be some chaos with the defensive issues that this team has, but it's gonna put on so much offensive pressure that it might just be fine anyway. So with that being said, um, I think this is an A tier team. Like it has its issues, but I also think it's so threatening, and I think that makes up for it somewhat. So the next team is the Tampa Bay Lightning, coached by Tark. So his team, we have the Dunsparce, the Goat, Greninja, Hoopa Unbound, Necrozma, Infernape, Sovali, Iron Thorns, Feraligatr, Toadscroll, Sableye, and Masquerain. So the Dunsparce is a Terra Captain, pretty cool. You can like run coil sets on it. It has Serene Grace, Headbutt, or does it get Body Slam? I think it gets Body Slam, and Body Slam would be a pretty good with Serene Grace. I'm not sure if it gets it though. I don't remember. I know it gets at least Headbutt. And that can be funny if it wasn't so fucking slow. But yeah, this can be threatening with coil sets, with Terra. Greninja's a pretty good mon. Hoopa Unbound's pretty good. You do have to worry about the 4 times U-turn weakness, because Bug isn't a type. It's literally just U-turn. It's not the fastest either, but you do have Masquerain to sort out the speed issue with Hoopa Unbound, which I think is really nice. The Crossbutt, one of the best A tiers around up there with like Alakazam and stuff. I think it's a really good mon. It can Dragon Dance, it can Calm Mind, it can autotomize weakness policy, it can do it all. You can even click Stealth Rocks. I don't know. It just gets every good move apparently. It gets knockoff too. It gets every move, bro. What the fuck? And Fernape, I haven't seen much of Fernape recently. I think it's a cool mon though. You can click U-turn with it. You can click strong, Flare Blitz, CC. I don't actually think the new Fire Outrage is actually any good because they just click a water type and you lose your Infernape unless you like, I don't know. Savali gives you every type, but I feel like not having like an actual like Fairy Dragon Steel Core is really sus. Like I get that you have Silvally to kind of make up for it, but you kind of pigeonhole yourself into bringing like certain Silvally types to fix like to patch up holes on your team, like Fairy, Steel, Dragon, whatever really. Um, and then Iron Thorns, it's a decent mon. I mean, I don't think it's any good with like unless you pair it with like terrain, because the 4 time you can't Terra out of the 4 times ground weakness. If you could, this mon would be really good, but you can't. So this mon just kind of fucking sucks, honestly. Relegator's a good mon. Toadscrew, man, Toadscrew would be so good if its ability wasn't reverse prankster. Like it just has negative prankster for no reason. Well, not no reason, but base 100 speed, pretty would be pretty good with Spore. And Sableye, pretty sus. Masquerain clicks webs, right? Doesn't do much beyond webs. It's U-turn, I guess, if it lives. As for rockers, you'd have some pretty good rockers. Necrozma has rocks, Iron Thorns has rocks, Infernape has rocks. The Dunsparce comes every week and can run rocks. The spikes, Toadscrew has both spikes, Greninja has both spikes. Iron Thorns get spikes? I don't think I've ever seen it click spikes, I'm gonna be honest, but that's pretty cool too. Toadscrew's a pretty good spinner, Silvally is a pretty good defogger, but again, I feel like your team is a bit too over reliant on Silvally to patch up a bunch of issues it has, namely not having like any of these 3 types. You do have a lot of momentum. Silvally gets U-turn. It also gets party shot if you like that move. If Renip gets U-turn, Greninja gets U-turn. Greninja can do a couple different things. It can run like E-belt. It can run fucking what's the name? Specs. It can run Choice Band. Right, like CB Protean, click U-turn. Seems pretty decent. You can run like E-belt with like Torrent and keep your dual stab or something. It'll be interesting to see Greninja with Protean nerf, because usually Protean Greninja's not allowed, but with Protean nerf, we could see. This team does have a lot of knockoff. Toadscrew gets knockoff. Necrozma gets knockoff. Hoopa Outbound can just click knockoff as well. I think this team has like, I mean, the biggest issue with the team really is just you don't have a Fairy Dragon Steel Core, and like Savala doesn't count. It's only one mon, and you'll just pigeonhole yourself into bringing like the same like couple of Savala types because I need this type, but I don't have a mon with this type, so I have to bring the Savala with this type, and it's gonna be rough. But I think the threat potential of like the Dunsparce with like Coil and like Greninja, Hoopa Unbound, Necrozma, even Infernape and for Alligator, like I think those mons will put on a lot of offensive pressure. But this team does have a lot of issues, like a lot of weakness. Like you can see a lot of red on this table. I guess it's called the table. I'm not sure. The speed tiers on this Greninja, Infernape, Toadscroll. The speed tiers are pretty good here actually, but yeah, not having a Fairy Dragon Steel Core pretty sus. I think this could be really good if you just sorted out the like at least the fairy and a steel type. I think would go a long way. I think this is like a solid C tier team. If you fix the issues, it's probably like A or even maybe S tier. But so next up, we have another Chicago team. Perhaps we could see a little rivalry there. We have the Chicago Chandelures, coached by Infinite, if I remember correctly. I don't remember the team names of the new coaches. I'm sorry. But it should be Infinite. Yeah. This team: Virizion, Heatran, Tapu Lele, Salamence, Halucha, Starmie, Heliolisk, Seismitoad, Poltegeist, Skuntank, and Aurorus. Virizion signature I mentioned with Chestnut. Getting rid of the 4 times weakness is pretty good. Heatran, Lele, good. Salamence, good. Fairy Dragon Steel Core. Halucha. There's a Psychic Surge. Yeah, I just think Halucha with E terrain, and I'm like, what the fuck does the Halucha do here? Oh, Psychic terrain, right? The Starmie, I like Starmie. It's a solid mon. Can spin, has natural cure is a good ability. Right, it's fast, can spin. Heliolisk, I haven't seen Heliolisk in so long, but I actually do like them on. Dry Skin's a pretty good ability. There's no sun on this team, but solar power is also nice. Toad, solid, bulky water. Poltergeist can like win sometimes with Shell Smash. It also gets dual screens, so you can run like a light clay set. I think it gets Memento, so you can run like dual screens Memento. I think you can do some things with Poltergeist. It gets Strength Sap as well. Skuntank, I'm not convinced. I think that one sucks. If it had Pursuit, it'd be solid, but no Pursuit, no dice. And Auroras, I, I, I don't know what Auroras does on this team. I'm sorry. There's no way. There's nothing that abuses that. What are you gonna click Blizzard with Starmie? This team has pretty good rockers. Sizer and Heatran are really good. Skuntank gets. Does Skuntank always get T spikes? I don't remember. Starmie is a good spinner. Defog, Skuntank and Defog. Salamence is a good defogger, though you can also run DD sets on it. And Hawlucha's not clicking defog, alright? You're not running Mold Breaker defog Hawlucha. If you had like another remover, I think this team would be really good because then Mence would have a lot more freedom to run like offensive sets. You could run like just DD, you can run like Specs or some shit. Specs Hurricane does hurt quite a bit. This team, in terms of momentum, doesn't really have that much of it. Heliolisk and Hawlucha is pretty much it. I guess Starmie gets Flip Turn, right, and Teleport. But Sim could use a little more momentum. Wish Salamence. I mean, it's pretty funny. On it, I will give. Why does Salamence get Wish? Is it because like Bagon wishes it could fly? It's probably some bullshit event. I don't fucking know. But if I always found it funny that like Mence just got Wish for some reason. This team has a distinct lack of knockoff. There's only one knockoff user. This is the best move in the game, in my opinion. You can disagree, but it's definitely like at like top 3, top 5 minimum. Like I'm sure like people can agree with that. But Taizuto being the only knockoff user, kind of sus. Um, Ground weakness here is pretty bad. Mence is weak to rock. Hawlucha's not a defensive Pokemon. Virizion can Terra. Virizion does actually resist both of Edgequake, which is pretty nice. Before Terra, of course. What the hell does this mean? 1 1/4. What the fuck? Man, what the fuck is this dog smoking with Heliolisk? I'm so confused on what's happening here. What's happening? 1.25. Oh, okay. Oh, because dry skin makes it take what 1.25 times damage, right? From that makes sense. Okay. The ghost weakness. I mean, you do have a normal type, but you do also have the double psychic. So, although it is a Tapu Lele, so having two psychic types does make sense. But the fairy weakness is kind of bad. I guess Virizion can tear out of the fairy weakness, and Heatran does quad resist fairy, but it's a good team. The speed tiers look pretty good. Um, oh wait, this team is so specially offensive. Wait, you have Heatran, you have Lele, you have Starmie, you have Heliolisk, and then for physical offense, it's really just Salamence and Lucha and Virizion. But Virizion isn't the strongest Pokemon, and it can also just run like special moves because it has the same special attack as well. Steam does is also quite lopsided. Poltegeist is also really high special attack. I always knew it had a good special attack side. I did not quite realize it was base 134. That's actually your strongest special mon. Interesting. But yeah, it's a solid team. Has a few like minor issues, but it's pretty good. I would also put it in B tier, I guess. So we got both the Chicago teams in B tier. You know, let's see what happens. Let's see how they end up. So next up, we have the Long Island Lucario. Um, so their team, this team is coached by Drew. His team is Jolteon, Zygarde, Slowbro, Grimmsnarl, Ceruledge, Registeel, Superior, Alolan Muk, Licky, Altaria, and Spidops. So first of all, Terra Jolteon, really good. One of the best Terra captains around, because you can just click Terra Ice and you just beat ground types. Zygarde, I'm not a fan of this mon, like at all. I'm not a fan. I don't think it's that great. It's a tier 1 mon. Like I won't disagree with that, but it's not great. I'm not a fan. Slowbro, really fucking good. Clicks teleport, goes into offensive threat. Rimsnarl gets screens up for Zygarde, Ceruledge set up. Even Jolteon gets set up, Calm Minds. Superior, I think is a pretty underrated mon. Like it doesn't have like HP Fire anymore, but it has a really good utility move pool, and Leaf Storm can still be scary versus some teams. Registeel, solid steel type. Alola Muck, uh, it not having pursuit kind of sucks, but it's still like it lost like everything in home, but since this is not Dex, it doesn't lose anything. But not having pursuit is a big part of Alolan Muck's game, but it does still have like a lot of cool tools. You can curse with it if you want. Licky, huge respect for the Licky pick. I love this one. Also, it beats Zygarde, but it's on your team, so it doesn't beat Zygarde. Altaria, I think is you have a Zygarde. I don't. I mean, I guess you can have a flying type, but I feel like you could do so much more with like a D tier pick here. But Altaria, in and of itself, isn't terrible. But when you already have a dragon, not a fan of this pick. And Spidops is a fucking meme. It gets spikes, it gets webs. That's literally all it does. I don't think it has any redeeming quality other than spikes and webs. Speaking of hazards, your only rocker is Registeel, and Registeel is a really good rocker, but I would have liked to see another rocker. Spidops gets spikes, gets C-spikes, gets webs. You don't have any spinner, and your only defoggers are Superior and Altaria, which is pretty sus, but I mean, hey, if the plan is to, I mean, you can also just run boots on everything, to be fair. But I would have liked to see like a spinner or a more reliable defogger. In terms of momentum, you have U-turn with Spidops, but it's a Spidops. Who gives a shit? Jolteon can Volt Switch. It can Baton Pass versus good ground types. Or you could just Terra Ice and blast them. Slowbro gets Teleport. Slowbro and Jolteon, really good, but you would want more mons that can Volt around. Oh, you have Parting Shot with Grimmsnarl, right. That's also pretty good. Licky is a good cleric with Shield Bell, solid. Knockoff, you do have three knockoff users, and they're all pretty good knockoff users. Superior, you can slot it into a move set. Like you can run like Subseed, Knockoff, like Leaf Storm, or not even Leaf Storm because that has 8 PP. Like I don't know, Energy Ball, Giga Drain, something like that. And it also gets Glare, it gets Defog, as previously mentioned. I think it's a cool mon. I think it can do. I think it could put in work. The speed tiers here are pretty sus. It goes Jolteon, then 17-point gap to Superior, then a 18-point gap to Zygarde, and then you have Cerulege, Altaria, and then the speed tiers here are not good. This team is super slow outside of Jolteon and Superior. I understand that you have Spidops, but like the only ones that can like really use this super well, like Zygarde, if you want to use like a coil or choice band set, and I guess you could if you have webs up. Cerulege can use webs pretty effectively, but I don't think Swebs is that good on this team. And this team is just way too slow, other than Jolteon and Superior. Like, I think this needed a faster Mon. Another fast one, I guess I should say. Um, as for the type weaknesses, Edgequake weakness, pretty fucking bad. Fairy weakness, kind of sus, but Cerulege and Registeel are pretty good for that. I guess Altaria is the reason why you have a fairy weakness, but Altaria fucking sucks. Um, but yeah, the Edgequake weakness is pretty bad. The speed tiers are very sus. I don't think the lack of like hazard control in general is not good. I think you'd want another rocker or a reliable spiker that isn't fucking Spidops. The removal's not good. I think hazard control is the biggest issue on this team, and the speed tiers. I think the Edgequake weakness you can play around that, but the speed tiers, the hazard control, real bad. But I think if you fix that, like this team is very good. So, um, so Long Island Lucario, solid like C plus tier, I think. Like if you fix those two issues, like this team is a huge threat. Next up, we have the California Crawdons, coached by should be coded Yoko because their profile picture is a Crawdon. So their team: Rhyperior, Iron Moth, Dragonite, Empoleon, Slitherwing, Galarian Weezing, Meloetta, Zarude, Rotom, Audino, and Ariados. Why does every fucking team have webs? I swear to fucking god. There's, every team has webs in this league. Okay. So Rhyperior is a signature. Really fucking good. Like, you have Solid Rock, you have Lightning Rod, you have two really good abilities with Terra. And you also just remove two 4x weaknesses that can no longer be abused. Iron Moth, probably one of the best Pokemon in the tier list. Like, it's just crazy. It goes so fucking hard. Um, Dragonite, really scary. You just click Dragon Dance and beat people. Empoleon got Roost. Really good mon. Having Roost on this is so huge. Slitherwing, super threatening. It can bulk up. It can be like Choice Band First Impression. Galarian Weezing is a solid mon. Meloetta is a solid mon. Zarude's a solid mon. Although 4x U-turn weakness is pretty fucking bad. Rotom's a pretty solid mon. Like it's an electric type. It's a ghost type. It can spin block. It can volt switch. It does what it does what it needs to do. Audito, super underrated mon. I really like it. Wish for Generator's pretty nice. And then Ariados clicks webs and literally does nothing else of value. Um, you did cover the ground weakness on the Iron Moth pretty well. Like Rhyperior probably tears out of the weakness, right? So it's just Moth and Empoleon. The fact that your bulky water's weak to ground isn't ideal, especially not on an Iron Moth team. And like Dragonite's immune to it, although it is weak to rock. I mean, Galarian Weezing is like a half immunity. You can run Levitate on it, but you probably want like neutralizing gas, or even Misty Surge to prevent your like Dragonite from being statused while you try to set up. So this barely counts as an immunity, I guess. And Rotom is an immunity. Zarude's a resist. So I think you covered the ground weakness sort of well. The psychic weakness is not that bad, actually. You do have the Empoleon that resisted. You have the Meloetta. The Zarude's immune to it. And I guess Ariados counts, but who gives a shit about Ariados, right? The rock weakness, I mean, I guess both of these probably run boots most of the time anyway, so you're probably fine on that front. You don't really have any other like major rock weaknesses. The speed tiers here, Iron Moth at 110. I would have liked to see him on faster than 110. I think like at least 115. Zarud, pretty good. Rotom, Meloetta, Slitherwing, Dragonite. These speed tiers are solid. You have really scary offensive core. Like you have Iron Moth, Dragonite, super fucking scary. Slitherwing as well. You have a decent defensive backbone with Rhyperior, Empoleon, Galarian, and Weezing. Zarud, pretty solid mon. Like it can U-turn around. It can be annoying. Meloetta has cool things it can do. Dino's also nice. The Wish for Generator's nice because you can wish and then you can just leave and you don't have to heal it because it heals itself. Rhyperior just runs rocks every week, really good. Empoleon has rocks as well, which is a really good rocker as well. Galarian Weezing, Iron Moth, and Ariados getting T-Spikes, pretty nice. You do have a lot of defogging. You don't have any rapid spin, and that is a concern because you have a webs team, but your only hazard removal gets rid of your own webs, which is not ideal. But you do have very good defoggers. Empoleon, Galarian Weezing, Rotom are solid defoggers. Dragonite can defog. Like you can run like a bulky like Roost defog Dragonite set. You could. I mean, it has multi-scale. You can make that work. In terms of momentum, you have four U-turners, and there's four pretty good U-turners as well. You have Volt Switch with Rotom. You do have serviceable knockoff users. Audino just clicks knockoff on everything. Meloetta can click knockoff. Empoleon's a good knockoff mon. Um, you also have a bunch of other. I don't mention like half these moves, but like you can trick, you can sucker punch. T-Wave's a good move. Fairly fucking annoying to deal with too, but you can do some cute stuff with Trick, like Trick its Choice Scarf. Like Scarf Rotom's not a bad mod at all. Scarf Meloetta, I could see it, because like they're on the speed tier with like you can just scarf them. The speed tiers here are solid, but I would have liked to see a higher speed mod than 110. Um, I think it's a solid team. I don't like the triple poison though. I will say I do not like the triple poison on the Moth team. That is pretty sus though. And we think hardly counts as a ground immunity. Let's be real. But yeah, it's a good team. It's really scary, and it doesn't have the biggest issues around. Although I would have liked to see a spinner on a web team. That's pretty much the biggest complaint I really have. This could use like another ground resist or immunity, and I think it would be super good. I think it's a solid team. It's probably low end of A tier, high end of B tier. I would say it's a low end of A tier. I don't want to give out too many S tiers. Like, there's not gonna be a lot of S tiers. Not that this team is contention for S tier, but you know, like S tiers are for teams that are like truly special. Next team, Power Snakes. Fuck, who coaches this one? Okay. Um, I don't remember who coaches Power Snakes. Shit. All right, but the team: Vikavolt, Landorus, Victini, Sylveon, Keldeo, Noivern, Metagross, Obstagoon, Decidueye, Quillfish, and Armaldo. Vikavolt as a Terra Captain is an interesting choice because you can like just Terra Electric and have no weakness. Like you can do that. That's pretty cool. Um, oh, Power Stakes is Girahim, I think, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Uh, but yeah, Vikavolt, I think it's a cool Terra Captain. I think it can do pretty cool things. Lando T, we got the Landalorian, baby. I mean, that mon just does everything. You have Victini. I haven't seen Victini used in so fucking long, but I guess it can click buns. Sylveon's a good mon. Keldeo's a good mon. Noivern's a good mon. Like, all these mons are pretty good. But Armaldo, I mean, Armaldo's there. It clicks rocks, it clicks spin. Like, it's not a. It as far as E tiers go, you could do a lot worse. Um, Steam does have like kind of a rough flying weakness. Like you have a Metagross as a resist, but like Lando T can intimidate a Flymon, but like it's still gonna take like decent damage from like a really strong Brave Bird. The Ghost weakness is pretty rough. Like you do have the double psychics, and like you do have the immunity and obstacle. The problem is that your normal and dark type are like on the same mon, so your ghost weakness does become a lot rougher as a result. You do have really good rockers. Lando T is one of the best rockers in the game. Armado's good at clicking rocks. Metagross can run rocks. Goldfish gets both spikes. It's pretty solid. This thing doesn't have. Oh, it does have fucking sticky web. It has the Vika Volt. Every single one of these teams has webs. What the fuck? The Typhlosion League, more like Sticky Web League. Am I right? As for removal, Armaldo being the only spinner on a webs team, kind of rough. But you do have three really good defoggers. You have Noivern, Lando, Decidueye. All of those are good defoggers. So your hazard removal is fine. Does Vikavolt not defog? I could have sworn Vikavolt defogged. What the fuck? For momentum, you do have a lot of momentum. Like you have four really good U-turn mons. You have a Vikavolt. Sylveon can baton pass out. Like you can baton pass a wish if you wanted to. Victini is a really good trick user. You can trick a scarf. You do have a lot of knockoff as well, and a lot of good knockoff users as well. Like all these ones just click knockoff on everything. This is a pretty solid team. Like it's nothing like crazy, like nothing like sticks out like as insane. It's a well built team. So it's a pretty easy A tier for me. Next up, Golden State War Turtles, coached by Tylenol. As this team: Yuxi, Garchomp, Weavile, Skarmory, Rotowash, Chandelure, Palmot, Galarian Slowbro, Tsarina, Aromatisse, and Levani. More webs. Does every fucking team on this league have webs? Hold on, let's check. Trinell does not have webs. This team doesn't have webs. This team doesn't have webs. I think every single one of these teams has webs. Slurpuff has webs. Revombi has webs. Um, does this team has what? This team have webs? No, it doesn't. Okay. But every single team for like the past 5 has had webs. Yuxi, really good signature. You can Terra Electric and have no weakness. You can Terra like I don't know, Steel or Fairy or Water, whatever you want to do. Um, Garchomp, Weavile, Skarmory, Rotom Wash. What is this Gen 6 looking ass team? And then you have like some other stuff here. This is a good team. Garchomp's really good on. You can like Swords Dance Skill Shot. It gets rocks and spikes. It got spikes in Gen 9. Weavile has knockoff in this game. Holy shit, it's a good mon. Can you believe it? Skarmory, really good in A tier. Like, it's a really good hazard setter. Really good, just defensive Pokemon. Rotom Wash is really good. You can make it bulky. You can just scarf it. Chandelure, really fucking good scarfer. Always has been, always will be. And you can even run sub CM sets on this against like slower or just more passive teams. Palmot, I mean, probably Nick's least favorite Pokemon right now, but hey, it's a good mon. Like you can run Iron Fist, Natural Cure is a good ability, even Volt Absorb is a good ability. Galarian Slowbro, I'm not convinced by this mon honestly, especially when you already have Yuxi as a psychic. I guess you can Terra the Yuxi, but still, I'm not entirely convinced by Glowbro. I don't think it's that good. Sarina is a good mon, really good, reliable spinner, which is always nice. Aromatisse is a solid budget fairy option. Has Wish, has Heal Bell. Levani, it clicks webs. It actually doesn't do. I mean, it clicks knockoff, I guess, if it lives after webs. You do have Yuxi, which comes every week. Skarmory's a good rocker. Garchomp's a good rocker. Skarmory and Chomp are good spikers. Um, Tsarina gets Rapid Spin, which is pretty good. Very reliable spinner on a webs team. Skarmory does not want to defog. I'm gonna be honest. The point of Skarmory is to set up hazards, so defogging your own hazards away is just absolutely dumb. Like fucking retarded. All right, don't run defog on Skarmory. This one is not a defogger. I mean, you can. You just shouldn't because you want to click spikes with this thing. Rotom Wash is a good defogger though. For U-turn, you have Yuxi, Tsarina, and then you have 2 Volt Switchers because Palmot can Volt Switch if you wanted to. You also have just more momentum with Baton Pass as well if you want to try that thing. Palma gets Wish. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It also gets Revival Blessing. You do have 3 Heal Bell users. Yuxi has Heal Bell, which is pretty nice. You do have a lot of knockoff going around. The speed tiers, I don't like the 20 point gap between Weavile and Palmot, but the rest does look pretty good. You have Garchomp at 102, Yuxi at 95, Livani at 92, I guess, Rotom Wash at 86, Chandelure at 80, Tsarina at 72. Like, it's just this gap, this 20 point gap that's an issue, but other than that, your speed tiers are pretty solid. And you do have webs to make stuff like Chandelure super scary, or even like Specs Rotom Wash if you wanted to. I mean, why not, right? If it can run Scarf, it can run Specs with webs. Um, I don't like the lack of normal type. The Ghost weakness here is pretty rough because you do have 2 psychic types with Yuxi and Glowbro, and then the Chandelure. The fire weakness is holy shit. This team has a fire weakness. I mean, the Chandelure is immune to fire, but it's a pretty frail mon. It doesn't really want to switch in the most moves. Like, it's a pretty high risk switch predicting a fire move. My Rotom and Chomp are good fire resist though, but yeah, there's a Skarmory, there's Sarina, there's the Weavile. Um, yeah, it's a solid team. It's a pretty solid team, but I'm not convinced by the Glowbro. Like, I don't know if that one's good. Um, it's a solid team. It looks very Gen 6-ish with like the top half, and then you get to like Palma, Glowbro, Tsarina, and then you're like, oh, it's not quite Gen 6, but it does very much resemble like a Gen 6 team. But I mean that's not a bad thing because this is a solid team. Although one thing I did notice just now, this team is super physically offensive. Like you have the Wash Tom, you have the Chandelure, and I guess you have like Glowbro, but Glowbro can also be physical. So it's but like you have the Chomp, you have the Weavile, you have the Palmot, you have the Tsarina. It just hits so hard on the physical side, and it's very lopsided. And we've seen teams that are lopsided on the special offense, but not on the physical offense, like this team. So like that's an issue that you'd sort out. But it's a good team. It's a good team. But so I will also give it an A tier if I can spell. I did not spell it right. No, I did. I think I did spell it right. Okay. So, next up, we have the Jersey Dusknoirs, coached by Moonlight. So it would seem Alola Raichu, Scizor, Enamorus, Incarnate, Life Slug Reaction, Nidoqueen, Gudra, Fire Poros, Gastrodon, Pincurchin, Cryogonal, and Munchlax. Um, so first things first, Alola Raichu as the Terra Captain. I mean, I think I'd assume the plan is just Terra Electric Rising Voltage in E terrain, which would be a lot better if Pincurchin got Volt Switch because it doesn't, and I don't know why. Like it just doesn't. I drafted it last season, thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna Volt Switch, slow Volt Switch in the Sneasler. Oh wait, it doesn't learn Volt Switch. It learns Memento. You can do that. Just Memento late game, like Nasty Claw with Lola Chew and just win. Scizor and Amorous, really fucking threatening, like S tier combination with Gudra pairs up really nicely for a Fairy Dragon Steel Core. Wo-Chen's a pretty solid mon. Like it's super annoying to deal with. It's 4 times weak to U-turn, so you have to be very careful of that. But besides that, super solid defensive mon. Can be really annoying with like Leech Seed, Knockoff, and it's not even that passive. I think base 95 special attack. Like Giga Drain's gonna do decent damage. Nidoqueen's a really solid mod. I think he won Minors League in season 5 with a Nidoqueen on his team. It's pretty cool to see. The Poros I think is a pretty solid mod with the Intimidate and the solid defensive typing. Gastrodon, good, solid, bulky water. Pincurchin, E-Terrain for Lolichu. Cryogonal is a reliable spinner. Munchlax. As far as the E-Tiers go, this thing isn't even that terrible. Like, actually. I will say, I don't like that there's a ghost type missing, but not the end of the world. This team does not have webs. Holy shit, we found a team without webs. I can't believe it. Speaking of speed, though, the speed tiers here, the numbers are good. Like on 110, 106, 105, 100, but then it falls off pretty hard after that. Like you have Gudra at 80, Nidoqueen at 76, like Scizor 65. Right, like it doesn't like I'm obviously Lola Chu with Surge Surfer will be real fucking fast, but the speed tiers here are pretty sus. In terms of hazards, Nidoqueen's a really good hazard setter, Gastrodon's a good hazard setter, Pincurchin's a good hazard setter. You're good on that front. Triagonal gets both Rapid Spin and Defog, which is kind of funny. Scizor gets Defog as well, but I don't think Scizor really wants to be relegated to defogging duty that much. And also, Defog gets rid of your own E-Terrain, which might not be ideal. But Scizor U-Turn, real good. Technician Bullet Punch, real good. And Amorous, I think, is probably going to be super fucking crazy. Like, it has, like, no physical coverage, but, like, you just click Superpower a couple times and, like, do things. Or you can just run a special set because it has, like, all the special coverage in the world. It's pretty bonkers. Um, you do have a lot of knockoff. Lola Chu gets knockoff. Cryogonal gets knockoff? How have I not seen that before? You don't have Trick. Does a Lolachu not get Trick? That's kind of sad. I would have thought it did, but apparently you don't. You cannot trick a Choice Scarf, which kind of sad. But remove. This team is pretty good. It could use a lot more Volturn though. Like just like Scizor Lolachu. Not it, Chief. If Pincurchin had Volt Switch, this would be so nice. But it gets best I can do is Memento. Ground weakness is kind of rough. Like Enamorous is weak to rock. Cryogonal's weak to rock, so pretty rough on that front. Like Wochen's your best bet there, and it doesn't have reliable recovery, which is rough. If it's a physical ground move, Gastrodon might struggle because base 68 defense is super rough. If it was like a water Poros and like a different mon over Gastrodon, could be a bit better, right? But other than that, it's a pretty solid team. I think the offensive trio here, Scizor can also be bulky, but like the offensive trio here of like Terra, Electric, Alolachu in E terrain, Scizor and Amorous, super good. Is backed up by a solid like defensive backbone. Gudra can also do cool things. Right, that thing has like so much coverage, and it can hit on both sides. It has respectable attack and special attack stats, so it can do both. Um, it's a solid team. It's a solid team, but I think the edge pick weakness is a little too rough. But it's like a solid like lower end of A tier team in my opinion. So I will put it here. And for the final team in the Typhlosion League, we have the Orlando Magikarp, coached by Nico. So his team: Ninetales, Great Tusk, Zapdos, Screamtail, Bisharp, Venusaur, Manaphy, Cyclizar, Regirock, Espeon, Dusclops. It's just a Sun team. You have a Sunsetter that you bring every week. You have Tusk, Screamtail, Venusaur. You have a Magic Bounce user because every Sun team has a Magic Bounce user. Zapdos is a really good mon. It's a good Pokemon. Like it walls a lot of things. It can Volt Switch. You can U-turn on ground types if you want. Bisharp I think is pretty underrated these days. Like I feel like people like I don't know people. I feel like people stopped respecting it like in Gen 8. Right, even in Natex where it kept knockoff, and I mean it did eventually get knockoff back in Gen 8. But now it has Eviolite, and like Eviolite Bisharp, I think it's gonna be really fucking cool. Like I think that one is pretty solid. Although I do not like fairies. Fairies? I don't like steel types that don't resist fairy. And Bisharp, well, it's part dark type. It doesn't resist fairy. So I think a secondary steel type to pair with Bisharp would be really good. Um, but that's not like a huge issue, right? Other than that, it's a Sun team. Like it has a Tusk, it has a Venusaur. It can do a lot of things. I think Cyclizar. I mean, I drafted it as my Terra captain. I think it's a cool mon. Manaphy, it got that new that one move. I don't know what it's called. Something to do with hearts. It's like Calm Mind that also heals your. It's Calm Mind and Refresh in the same move. You can do things with that. Um, Espeon in D tier is Steel. Regirock's a decent mon. Right. In terms of hazards, you have four pretty good rockers. I mean, Bishop doesn't really want to rock too much, but it can, and it's not bad at it. Um, and then you have two really good spinners in Tusk and Cyclozar. Tusk doesn't really want to spin too much. Doesn't want to be relegated to. I mean, I guess you can spin to get a speed boost with Protosynthesis attack boost and try to sweep. So I suppose you can also do that. Zapdos really good defoggers, so you're good on the hazard control front. And you even have Baton Pass on like Screamtail Espeon for more momentum. Like you're good on like a lot of fronts here. Screamtail with Wish is also pretty nice. You have like trick users. You have a lot of knockoff as well. That's also always nice. This team is very good. Um, my only real concern here, no, the speed tiers are fine. Although bit congested on the just all the base hundreds here, but it's solid. You have the Cyclozar, you have the Screamtail, you have the Espeon, have a bunch of base hundreds. Tusk at 87, Venusaur at 80, and you also have Chlorophyll on that thing, so it's super fast. Bishop at 70. The speed tiers here are pretty solid. Um, I think this team could use like I don't know. I'd have liked to see I don't know, fucking a different E tier because I think Dusclops sucks so much ass. Like it's an Eviolite wall, but it's also weak to dark, and so therefore weak to knockoff. It can't run boots, so like hazards just chip it down. It's just bad. I would have liked a better E tier, but man, it's an E tier, right? Who gives a shit? So yeah, this team is pretty good. I'm not sure if it's quite S tier because it is a Sun team, and like Sun teams are pretty hit or miss from my experience. Although this does look like a hit. But I would have liked Torkoal better than Ninetales on this team. Like I get that Ninetales can Terra, and like you can Memento into like Venusaur and like click Grove and try a sweep. Like that's a thing you can do with Ninetales. It has Memento. Um, I think it's a pretty solid like upper end of A tier team. Um, so yeah, with that we finished the Typhlosion League, and now we're on to the Dartrix League. So our first team from that league, well, I talked about mine, but we're not ranking mine. So the first team is Experiment W coached by Lin. We'll find out if this truly is a W or an L. So his team: Alamomola, Lando T, Weavile, Skeledirge, Azelf, Tinkaton, Mienshao, Crobat, Tsarina, Drampa, and Whirlipede. So, um, first thing, this team could use a second fairy because Tinkaton's not the greatest because it can run Gigaton Hammer, but I think you want a second fairy or a second steel at least with Tinkaton, but you have neither. But Tinkaton's a good mon though, but I do think you want a second fairy with that. Elamomola, interesting Terra Captain, to be honest. I would have liked to see Tsarina more on this team than anything. Though Elamomola isn't the worst thing in the world. It does have Wish Regenerator. It does have it doesn't have Flip Turn, unfortunately, because it wasn't in Gen 8, but it does have Baton Pass, which is better than nothing. You do have to be really careful when using Alamola, because it could be because like if you just pigeonhole, not pigeonhole yourself, but like if you just run Scald, like just brain dead, just click Scald, like you're gonna get set up on because it has base 45 special attack. Like that's the thing. Well, base 40. Sorry, that's the special defense. It has like no special attack, so just mindlessly clicking Scald is gonna backfire. Like the point of Alamomola is that like you come in, like whatever it comes in on takes Rocky Helmet chip, and then you just leave. Like that's what you do before you get set up on, right? Lando, I mean it's a Lando T. I mean, do I need to say anything? Weavile is a good mon. Skeledirge, really good mon. If it could Terra, it would be fucking insane, but it can't, thankfully. Mazolf is a pretty good mon. It did 6-0 Treads Division Finals, as I'm sure some of you will remember. Tinkaton's a cool mon. It has a lot of really cool utility. It has like Encore, it has T-Wave, it has Knockoff, it has Rocks. It has a lot of cool stuff it can do. Mienshao, pretty good mon. Mini regenerator corridor with Alamomola. Crobat's a good mon. I like Crobat. I haven't drafted it in a while. I should. Crobat's a cool mon. Tarena's a good mon. Drampa is one of the Pokemon of all time, and Whirlipede's a. It's a Whirlipede. It's a Whirlipede. I mean, come on. It doesn't even have. It doesn't even have Baton Pass. What the fuck? I mean, not that you'd be able to Baton Pass Speed Boost, but you know. Um, So, couple things. This is probably the team with the most knockoff users yet. It has a whole 7 knockoff users, baby. Best move in the game. In terms of rockers, you have 3 pretty good ones. You have Whirlipede for spikes. I mean, it's a Whirlipede. I don't think you bring this to a game. Like, I'm sorry, Lane. You might, but I don't think you will, because it's a fucking Whirlipede. What's it supposed to do? Serena's a really good spinner. Lando's a good defogger. Crobat's a good defogger. Like, you're good on that front. You have a lot of U-turn. No Volt Switch, because you don't have a fucking electric type. Like, that's kind of rough, dude. Electric types are good. Um, you do have Truck with Azelf if you want to do that. You have a lot of knockoff. You have, like, 2 good T-Wave users. But no electric type, kind of rough. I think electric types are really good. The speed tiers are super crisp. I like these speed tiers. They're so nice. These speed tiers are probably some of the best we've seen yet, honestly. And but like, there's no electric type. You have a pretty bad weakness to rock. I mean, Whirlipede adds on to that, but still kind of rough. Um, there's a pretty bad flying weakness there too. Like, your only resist is Tinkaton, but Tinkaton doesn't have reliable recovery. And if it's taking like physical flying moves, it's still gonna get like considerable chip on that. Like, Brave Bird is still gonna do like 30. And with no reliable recovery, you can't really switch into Brave Bird every time. You also do have a Lando to like intimidate stuff down, but again, no reliable recovery. Like, you will get worn down eventually. Unless you can Wish Pass with Alamola, which you probably can. But you're gonna have to play this like well at points, because like, besides like Alamola, like, there's Skeledirge, there's Crobat, there's Miancha, but like Tinkerton and Lando T, you're gonna have to play these mons super well, or at the play like Alamola super well, to like make sure that they don't just die or get worn down to the point where they just become useless. Like, you have to be careful with that. Like, it should not be an issue really, because you do have like a lot of Skeledirge, Crobat, like a Regenerator core. We Wish with Alamomola that you bring every week, but you do have to be careful with that, because these mons are really good, provide like a really good defensive backbone to your team. But because they don't have reliable recovery, you do have to play this well to make sure that they don't just die and you lose the game because of it. But this team is very good. Um, though very lopsided on the physical offense, because Azov's like your only special attacker. I mean, there's Skeledirge, but like, that's a wall. It clicks special moves, but it's not a special attacker, right? Yeah, this team is also very lopsided on the physical offense. Lando, Weavile, Tinkerton, I guess to some extent. Mienshao, Crobat. I mean, Crobat can do either. Like Tsarina. Very physically offensive, but I'd have liked to see an electric type, and I'd have liked to see another special attacker, probably. Like, I think those would have been super good. But I think this is a good team. This is a pretty good team. I will give it to Lee. This is indeed a W. This is not an L. Next up, we have the real L. Palma Jump Scare, Paralyzed Florges, coached by Nick. This team, the top end of this team is bonkers. Alright, Dragalge, Iron Hands, Hisuian Zoroark, Skarmory, Screamtail, Vaporeon, Incineroar, Gligar, Bramogast, Galarian, Mr. Mime, Armaldo. We can ignore these 3 mons, alright? This part of the fucking team. These 8 mons are so fucking crisp. Dragalge has a Terra Captain. It has adaptability. Anything it tears into gets an adaptability boost. Like, you can even just like Terra Dragon. I don't know how Terra and adaptability works, but like, Dracomir could just fucking kill anything. Like, it can probably like do 60% to a fairy type. It's that fucking strong. Right, Dragalge is a cool mod. It has Flip Turn, so for momentum. That's really nice. I like that. It also absorbs T spike, super nice. I think it's a cool signature. Iron Hands suing Zoroark. Zoroark disguises itself as Iron Hands. What do you do? Like you see an Iron Hands, and like what do you do against that? Because if it's a Zoroark, you're fucked. And if you predict wrong, like I think this combo is fucking bonkers insane. Because like it's fighting electric, normal, ghost. Like how do you mid ground against those four types? Because when you look at a Zoroark, you think, okay, is this a Zoroark? And if it is, what's like the best mid ground for like if it is and if it isn't? There is no mid ground for Iron Hand, Split and Zoroark. Like this combo is fucking insane. Like if I got Iron Hands, I would have drafted that Split and Zoroark, and it would have been fucking broken. Skarmory is also really nice. Like you have a really good defensive backbone. Skarmory, Screamtail, Vaporeon, and Incineroar. You have two really good wish passers to pass wishes to your entire team. Really, Incineroar, Iron Hands. You just wish pass into hand. I mean, wish Iron Hands has a crazy fucking high HP stat, so it's probably gonna heal like 40%, if that. But still, like wish pass to Iron Hands pretty good. Like Gligar is a good mon as well. Like honestly, the bottom three mons are pretty sus. Like I don't think Brambleghast is good. It clicks spin and it clicks spikes, and it's pretty useless beyond that. Galarian Mime just fucking sucks. It's I guess you could clean some screens. I don't know. Like if you're finding Veil hyper offense. And then Armaldo, I mean it's an E tier. I can't really like shit talk too much on an E tier because it's an E tier. But the top eight of this team is actually like genuinely fucking insane. Um, you have really good hazard options. You have four pretty solid rockers. I'm counting the thing Armaldo. You have two. You have a really good spiker and a Brambleghast, and you have a T spiker in Dragalge, which you can bring which you have to bring every week, right? And Dragalge, like you run what? Dual stab, you run a coverage move, and then the fourth move, it can be flip turn, it can be toxic, it can be T spikes. You can do a lot of things with that. In terms of hazard removal, I mean, you have three bad mons that spin. You have the two mons that aren't exactly the greatest defoggers, but honestly, who really cares? I mean, okay, who really cares? You have a Zoroark, of course you care about hazard removal, but it's still a really good team. Like you have a lot of U-turn. You have parting shot with Incineroar. You can baton pass with Screamtail and Vaporeon. Just like baton pass with the Wish. Um, you have also good knockoff users. You have Incineroar. You have Gligar. Like those two are really good knockoffers. Although the weaknesses to Ghost and Dark are pretty rough. At least with Dark, you have the Iron Hands as a resist. Um, Rock weakness kind of rough, but to be fair, two of those are like your really bad mons that you almost never bring. Like this team is just like super good. The speed tiers here are also not bad, not that bad either. They're Screen Tails and Zoroark, and then goes down to Galarian Mime. Actually, they're not bad. It's just that the mons that like make them nice are bad. Is the thing. The Mime and Brambleghast. So the speed tiers are a little slow. This team is super slow actually. Besides the Zoroark and the Tail, and then I mean, I guess besides the bad mons as well. Um, this team is super good. Like this top eight, like is just insane. And then like you have like three mons that like provide some utility. Like they have spin. This one spikes, one rocks. This one, I don't know, removes screens, clicks freeze dry. I don't know what the fuck does Galarian Mime do. But yeah, I think this team is the first S tier because honestly, those top eight mons are fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, who cares if the bottom three are bad? Because this top eight is just so good. So the next team is Scary Monsters Over Heaven, coach of the Georgia Rookies. This team, Oricorio, Great Tusk, Iron Treads, Azumarill, Bisharp, Serperior, Arcanine, Mesprit, Druddigon, Galarian Corsola, and Masquerain. So he has both he has the Great Tusk, he has the Futuristic Tusk, but he's missing the average Tusk. So this automatically makes his team D tier. No, I'm kidding. But this team, the speed tiers here are very sus. Like Superior has a good speed tier, Iron Treads, Arcanine, Oricorio, Tusk. Like the rest of the team is pretty slow. Like you only have two mons that are above 95. Like the numbers themselves are not bad, but I'd have liked to see another mon that's like at least base 100. That would have been nice. I mean, you're missing like a bunch of types over here, but like you're missing an electric type, you're missing a normal type. Poison type isn't the end of the world, but I like having a poison type for like T-Spike's absorption or the toxic immunity in general. Um, and yeah, the speed tiers are a bit sus. The team is very lopsided on physical offense. Like you have Oricorio, you have Superior, and like you have Mesprit as like your special attackers. And that's it. Like you Tusk, Treads, Azu, Bisharp, Arcanine, all physical mons. I guess Arcanine can run special moves as well, but still. Galarian Corsola, I think, is a terrible fucking Pokemon. Again, it has the same issues as Dusclops, except it has Strength Sap, which is better, which is a recovery move that isn't terrible, or named Rest, which is terrible. Masquerain, I mean, it clicks webs, right? I guess that's why the speed tiers are bad. It's because you can sort of fix them with webs. Like Ozzy is a good mon, Bishop's a good mon. He does have a second steel type for the Bishop, which I think is super nice. Tusk and Treads on the same team. It's funny, but I don't think it's good. Right, sure, like they're both good mons, but like they both fill very similar roles. I guess one can like click rocks and spin, and the other can run like a more offensive set, but it just doesn't feel. I just don't think it works that well. Oricorio, really fucking good signature though. Besprit, God Recover, like that mon's pretty good now. You do have how many rockers? 6 rockers? Yeah, that's pretty nice. No spikes though. I would have liked to see a spiker. Like if you drop like Corsola for like the spiker. Druddigon. Druddigon's not a bad dragon type, but like I really not really a fan of lower tier dragon types. Right? Like Cyclozar is a lower tier dragon type, but like I like that one, and it's neat value, right? Most of those, like below B tier, it's like Cyclozar, Dragalge, and I guess Druddigon. Like that's pretty much it for like lower tier dragon types. Most lower tier dragon types, I'd rather just get like a tier 1, right? Like swap Treads for like like an S tier dragon, and like Druddigon for like I don't know a C tier steel if you want a second steel for Bisharp, right? Spin. You have two of the best spinners in the game. You have Tusk and Treads. Defog. You have a Superior, which is nice. You have an Oricorio, which you could run like a bulky Oricorio in a matchup where like Quiver Dance kind of sucks, I guess. And then like Masquerain, it's a Masquerain. It's not defogging its own webs. Come on. As for momentum, you have 3 U-turners, solid, but I don't know how much you're gonna be running U-turn on Oricorio when you'd rather just click Quiver Dance. Right, Volt Switch for Treads, pretty good. I would have liked more momentum. Arcanine can teleport as well. That's also nice. You do also have a lot of knockoff. You have 6 knockoff users, and all those are pretty good knockoff users, honestly. But yeah, the speed tiers are a little sus. I mean, you do have webs to sort of make up for it, but I mean, I do like webs with Tusk. I do like webs with even Azu, Bisharp, but I think it has a couple too many issues, like not having a normal type. Your only ghost resist is Bisharp, and Bisharp's a good ghost resist, but it's also 4 times weak to fighting. So if the ghost type has like a fighting coverage, you're toast, right? Or if it's like a Chandelure that can click Flamethrower. Um, this Ice Weakness is deceptively bad because it says Azu's a quad resist here, but you're not running thick fat Azu. I'm sorry. The Flying Weakness kind of rough. You do have the Bishop, you do have the Treads, but I feel like this team is lacking longevity. Like Superior has like synthesis, if you want to use that. Oricorio, I should get Roost, but it's not like a defensive mon, right? Like this team does not have the greatest longevity. There's the Arcanine, there's the Mesprit. I guess Mesprit did get recovered, but like Tuscan Treads can be worn down, and that can be rough. Like I think there's some issues with this team, but like the Oricorio can be threatening. Tuscan Treads on the same team, I think is pretty sus. Azu, not as great as it once was. Mirror Herb is one hell of a drug. Bishop, really cool mon. Superior. I rate the Bishop and the Superior pickups. I really do. But I think the team as a whole is a bit sus. Like the Druddigon. Druddigon's not a terrible Pokemon, but like Galarian Corsola Masquerain, I don't like that. I don't like the Tusk and the Trez on the same team. Although to be fair, it is funny, so I'll give you that. Um, yeah, I don't know. I just don't like really like this team. It's not bad. It's not bad at all, but it has like a lot of issues that need sorting. It's also very physically oriented. I don't know if I mentioned that. I think I did. But it's very lopsided on like the physical side, not just on physical offense, but on physical defense as well. Because Tusk has no Spadev. Treads, what's Tread's special defense stat? Way lower than the defense stat. Bisharp also very lopsided on physical bulk. Arcanine has Intimidate, right? Like special attackers will just run train on this entire team. Like I think you just pigeonhole yourself into like Spadef Mesprit or Corsola like pretty much every week, if unless you want to just get run over by special moves. Like that is really rough. Like my team would or like who else had a lot of special offense? I mean, I know they're not in the same division, right? But like, what of those teams could just put on the hurt because you have like no special bulk. With that, I think this is a C tier team. Like it has like redeeming qualities to it, but it has a lot of issues as well. Our next team is California Corrupted, coached by Corrupt. So this team is Cavaliers, Aurora, Larios, Nidoking, Primarina, Silvally, Swellow, Scrafty, Claydol, Articuno, and Sacking. So this Cavalier, I like that as a signature. I think getting rid of the 4 times fire weakness, I think Shell Armor is a cool ability, not being able to be crit. You can do some cool things with that. Zorora, really good mon. I think it's super cool. Latios, pretty scary. Drop a Draco. Nidoking, really good wall breaker with sheer force life orb. Primarina's a really good mon. Savalai, I mean, it covers like any holes you may have, right? And it doesn't have as many holes to like cover on this team as it did on Tark's team. Swallow, pretty nice mon. You can run Flame Orb Guts. You can run like Specs Boom Burst with Scrappy. Scrafty, I haven't seen much of Scrafty. I'm gonna like ever, but it has cool things. It has Intimidate, it has Moxie, it has Shed Skin, it has 3 solid abilities. Claydol, I don't think Claydol's a good mon, but it clicks Rapid Spin and it clicks Rocks. Articuno, it's a cool mon with boots. Like, but yeah, I mean it's a cool mon. It's a cool mon. Um, like if this didn't have boots, it would be so bad. But with boots, like you can make this mod work for sure. And then slacking. Slacking it can put in work. It can. The question is like it's an E tier, right? Like it doesn't matter if it doesn't put in work, but it can put in work. Like it does have base 160 attack, right? Like and 100 speed. Like it can put in work. Will it? Who knows? It probably won't, but it can. Like don't sleep on slacking. Um, No, in terms of speed tiers, I like the speed tiers here too. Like the Aurora is super fucking fast. But then like Swallow, Latios, Slacking, Sylvali, Nidoking, right? Like the speed tiers here I like the speed tiers here. Um and then yeah, one thing I don't like though is the rockers. Like Nidoking has rocks, Claydol has rocks. Nidoking, not the greatest rocker. It also has T-Spikes, which you could run. Claydol, not the greatest Pokemon, just in general, so not the greatest rocker by extension. In terms of removal, you have solid removal. You have a spinner in Claydol. You have, um, You know, Sylvalla and Articuno, which are good defoggers. Swallow doesn't want to defog. Latios doesn't want to defog, but I think you're alright on that front. Like, especially when, like, Articuno's going to be boots every week anyway, right? You have a solid amount of momentum. You have three good U-turners. You have Zororo with Volt Switch. Latios can baton pass, which is momentum to some extent. And Claydol gets teleport, but Claydol, I don't like Claydol. It's kind of bad. Articuno gets Heal Bell, which is interesting to say the least. Like I guess you can make like a rest work because you can go in Articuno and like Heal Bell the rest. Knockoff Zorora just knocks off everything. Doesn't really have any too big issues. The ice weakness is rough, but you do have the Primarina and the Cavalier, and Primarina has so much special bulk that it can just eat like a freeze dry, not like super well, but it's not gonna take like 60 from it, right? It's gonna take like maybe 30, 35, something like that. Um, yeah, it's a good team. You're missing a ghost type, but that's kind of fine. You're missing a fire type, that's kind of fine. Like you do have a Sylvali to like plug a couple holes in. No grass type either. Not the greatest, but you can definitely make this work. Um, it's a it's a solid team. I like it. I really do like it actually because Zorora, Primarina, really cool mons. I've always been a big fan of Sylvali. Like I've always enjoyed using that. I'm not convinced of the Claydol, but I think it's a cool team. It's not like the craziest team. It's not like super flashy. It's not like a Knicks team where it just is like bonkers. But it's a good team. It's a good team. I like it. I think it's solidly like it's high end of B tier, I guess. Let's put it there for now. Next team, Winnipeg Dragapults, coached by Yasha Indigo. He's in this call, and we talked a little before I started recording, and his team is fucking nuts. Beware is the Terra captain, pretty good mon. Zygarde, I'm not a fan, but the rest of the team is nuts. Fini, A tier Necrozma, Nihilego, Chandelure, Kilowattrel, Fortress, Whimsicott, Chinchino, and Lipard. Chinchino on D tier is a pretty nice value pickup because you can run Loaded Dice Technician, and I probably should have moved this up a tier because Loaded Dice Technician's actually really good. Beware with Terra. I mean, I don't know what it plans on doing, um, but like you can do some cool stuff with that. You can like Terra fighting CC or some shit. I don't know. Like there's definitely potential on this mon. Zygarde, again, I'm not a fan of the mon, but I mean, I can't deny that it does force a lot of prep. It can sweep, but not the biggest fan of it. Fini, really good mon. Like Misty, I think Misty Terrain works really nicely with this team because like it prevents like a bunch of mons from getting. I mean, Zygarde not being able to glare kind of sucks, but like that's fine. Like the Crosmo in A tier, super fucking scary. Nihilego, like, I mean, you can meteor beam with it and miss probably because the amount of times I've seen Meteor Beam miss is like absolutely insane. Like when it doesn't matter who uses it, it just misses like 50% of the time. It's impressive how bad that fucking move is. But yeah, Nihilego, good mon. Chandelure, super scary. Kilowattrel, super nice, like really good speed tier. Like you can run like specs on it, you can run like boots. Fortress is a cool mon, Whimsicott's a cool mon, Chinchino's a cool mon. Leopard can come to like a game or two and put in some work. In terms of rockers, like Nihilego gets rocks, not Crossfit gets rocks. Neither really wants to like run rocks, but both can run rocks pretty well, like depending on the matchup. And then Fortress is a really good rocker. It also has spin. It also has spikes, toxic spikes. Nihilego gets toxic spikes as well. It's pretty nice. I've run like rocks and plus T spikes Nihilego before. Pretty cool. Flurry spins, really good spinner. Whimsicott's a good defogger. Fini is a good defogger, but it does get rid of the Misty Surge, which isn't ideal. You do have a lot of Volturn here. You do have Whimsicott, Lipard. Lipard gets parting. Does Lipard get parting shot? I'm checking. I can check right now. Let's see. It does not. Okay. I really thought it did. It looks like a mon that could learn parting shot, honestly. Like just prankster parting shot. But yeah. Jashino gets U-turn. You have two good Volt Switchers in Kilowattrel and Fortress. You can do some trick shenanigans, like Chandelure can Scarf Trick, Feeney can Scarf Trick. You do have a lot of knockoff, and knockoff's a good move, as I've said many times before. You have a lot of T-Wave as well, actually. I have Lego Necroz with T-Wave. Light Part Prankster T-Wave's always good. Kilowattrel can T-Wave, I suppose. Forwardy can T-Wave. Chinchino can T-Wave? Excuse me? I mean, I'm not gonna question it. Your team doesn't really have any glaring weaknesses. Like, there's no red on anything here. Um, right? Which is pretty nice. It's not often you see a team that has no red on weaknesses. Um, it's a pretty good team. It's pretty good. Like, it's a scary team. I played this team week 1, so yeah. I will admit that this team is pretty threatening. I am pretty scared. I think it's a solid like A-tier team. So next up, we have the Alaska Articuno, coached by Galactic. His team, Chestnut as the Terra Captain, Enamorous, Hydreigon, Cerulege, Mamoswine, Klefki, Blastoise, Meloetta, Galvantula, Garbodor, and Rampardos. So Rampardos is not a Pokemon, but Chestnut's a good Terra Captain. Enamorous goes crazy, has insane special coverage, it has superpower contrary. Hydreigon, really good Mon, it can do like everything. It can roost, it can defog, it can Dragon Dance, it can Nasty Plot, it can run Scarf. It can click rocks if you really wanted to. I don't know why you would, but you can run rocks on Hydreigon now. It lost Roost and Defog in Gen 9, but you can run rocks now. I don't know why. I don't why does it learn rocks? What the fuck? Cerulege is a good mon. Mamoswine's a good mon. Like Mamoswine just seems to like 6-0 half the league in every single league without fail. It's kind of impressive actually. Um, Klefki, good mon. Prankster T-Wave, Prankster Screens, Prankster Spikes, Prankster whatever. Blastoise is a good mon. It can spin. It can Shell Smash. With Screens, you do have a lot of like threat potential with Screens. Like you have Hydreigon, you have Cerulege, you have Mamoswine, you have Enamorous, you have Blastoise, Meloetta, Coolmon, um, Galvantula. I mean, it clicks webs. It clicks Compound Ice Thunder. I'm not the biggest fan of Galvantula, but like I prefer Vigavolt over Galvantula for like web spawns. But the fact that this can like threaten like your average defogger with like Compound Ice Thunder is quite nice. Garbodor, Coolmon, it gets spikes, it gets T spikes. It has some solid bulk. Rampardos, I mean, it clicks Head Smash. It's a bad mon though. Um, Edgequake weakness is very concerning because it's Edgequake. Um, right, like Enamorous gets it super effectively. Right, that's a ground immunity. Do you have a ground resist? You have Chestnut. Chestnut resists both, which is nice because they bring it every week. But once you Terra, that just gets thrown out the window, which is not ideal. So like that's a big concern. This team is a bit on the slower side, but you do have webs to make up for it. But like I would have liked to see a mon above base 110 so that you don't have to like over rely on webs or choice scarfers. Because like Scarf Hydra, Scarf Mamo even like those are good scarfers. Or Scarf Meloetta, you could run that too. But I feel like your team over relies on like webs because of the speed tiers. Like there's not a base 110 plus mon. Alright, but the numbers here are good 106, 98, 90, 85, 80. Right. In terms of rockers, it's kind of rough because Rampardos sucks. Mamo can run rocks. Hydra, I don't think you run rocks on that ever. In terms of spikes, it's really good because Klefki, Chestnut, and Garbodor, they're more than makes up for the lack of like reliable rockers. I mean, I guess Mamo's fairly reliable, but you don't want to run rocks on that every week. Right, Garbodor gets T-Spikes as well. Blastoise is a really good spinner. Klefki and Hydra are good defoggers. I mean, Klefki doesn't want to defog its own spikes, but it can defog. It's kind of like Skarmory, but whatever. I would have liked to see more momentum on this team, like Meloetta, Hydra, Galv. I would like to see another like U-turn Mon or teleport or anything really. Actually, does Blastoise get flip turn? I think Blastoise should get flip turn, so never mind. Yeah, my prayers have been answered. Flip turn. It should have flip turn. Does it? It does. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So yeah, you do have flip turn on Blastoise. Only two knockoff users is rough, but one of them is Mamo, so Mamo can just knock off everything. Um, this team is no, I don't think this team is that lopsided on the physical offense. It's just Rampardos brings the average up by like a fuck ton, and an Amorous because it's a mixed attacker, right? And okay, yeah, no, this team is pretty good. The Edgequake weakness is an issue. Maybe another rocker or a more reliable rocker, I should say, would be nice. But it's a good team. It's a pretty good team. Like Enamorous is a threat, Hydragon's a threat, Ceruledge is a threat, Mammoth a threat. Pair that up with screens from Clefcape, and you've got yourself a really good team. Is it S tier? Is it S tier? Um, let's think. No, I think the team relies on webs too much to be S tier. I think, but it is a solid A tier team. Next up, Glencoe Gudras, coached by Froggerman. So his team, um, Hisuian Typhlosion, Meowscarada, Scizor, Conkeldurr, Azelf, Gudra, Lycanroc Dusk, Feraligatr, Torterra, Ice-Cube, Shuckle. These mons aren't real. These mons are terrible. So let's look at these 9. Hisuian Typhlosion has a signature. Interesting. I don't know what exactly Hisuian Typhlosion does. I mean, I assume it's just like a normal Typhlosion, but it's also Ghost type. It has that signature move, which is fine. It's an interesting choice. It's an interesting choice. I don't know if it's good or not because I've never seen Hisuian Typhlosion be used before. So we do a little trolling. Meowscarada, Goodmon, Scizor, Goodmon, Conkeldurr, Goodmon, Azelf, Goodmon, Gudra, Goodmon. Lycanroc Dusk is a good mon. Feraligatr is a good mon. Torterra is a good mon. It got Headlong Rush in okay, Legends. It also got Sleep Powder, I think. That's like those are really good Torterra buffs. This team is missing a lot though. It's missing a normal type. It's missing an electric type. It's missing poison type, which isn't mandatory, but it's nice to have. It's missing a flying type, so like the ground weakness, it's actually not that bad. Cause like the steel type isn't weak to ground. The rock type is also not weak to ground because they're both bug types, but still, like the ground resists. It's what Meowscarada and Torterra. It isn't awful, right? But no flying type kind of sucks. No fairy type is really sus, and you're also fairly weak to it because Typhlosion and Scizor are like your only resist to it. And Typhlosion isn't really the greatest switching to moves because it's a Typhlosion. It's not super bulky. Scizor's a good fairy switching though. Um, so yeah, not having like a lot of like important types, pretty rough. Um, yeah, the rock weakness is rough. The ghost weakness, like Meowscarada is the only ghost resist, and it's rough because Meowscarada is not the bulkiest mon around. Like it can't like just reliably like switch in over the course of a game. Like it will get worn down, it will just die eventually after enough like Shadow Ball switch-ins. So not having a normal type is rough for that. Not having a fairy type is rough because dragons just go in. Like you have a Scizor, sure, but like Pretty much every self-respecting dragon type has fire coverage. So like your Scissor's not the greatest um dragon type switching, and beyond that, dragon types just go ham on this fucking team. Like they just go ballistic. They just spam outrage because you don't have a fairy type. Like they can just spam outrage if they can like kill Scizor. And if they catch you, slacking and they kill you with the fucking fire move, which they will because of the Scizor, it can get real bad real quick, unless you run like Habanberry Gudra every week, which I mean I respect because Brazilian Pokemon players enjoy their type resist berries. That's all I will say. Um, Fighting weak, you have a fighting weakness that is pretty rough because Azelf is your only resist and Typhlosion's an immunity, but neither of those mons live like knockoff, and a lot of fighting types get knockoff. If not knockoff, like some ghost or dark coverage, which is also pretty bad. Rock weakness, I mean, Ice Cube sucks so much. If it had Drain Punch, that thing could be decent because it could heal like the belly drum damage, but it's rough and like in Paldea decks there isn't like that many special attackers. Like it's a very like physical leaning decks from what I've noticed. But not in that deck. Like there's a lot more special attackers in that deck. Shuckle, I mean, it clicks webs. It doesn't do anything. It clicks webs. It gets taunted. It uses the mental herb, and it clicks webs, and then it proceeds to be completely useless. You are now playing 6-5 down, but you have webs. Congrats. And honestly, I don't think this team needs webs that much. You have Meowscarada, you have Azelf, you have Lycanroc Dusk. Hisuian Typhlosion's at a speed tier, which is a good Scarfer. Gudra, I mean, you don't run like super fast speed on Gudra all the time anyway. Feraligatr can just Dragon Dance to fix its speed. Like Scizor, Torterra, Conkeldurr are a little too slow to abuse. Scizor's not that slow, but like I don't think Webs is even that good on this team is the thing. And also, where's the special offense? Like there's Tessurian Typhlosion, sure. There's Azelf, sure. Gudra can run special moves, sure. But then what? Like Torterra is a physical mon. Feraligatr is a special physical mon. Lycanroc Dusk is a physical mon. Conkeldurr is a physical mon. Scizor is a physical mon. Meowscarada is a physical mon. This team is so physical that it looks like a Paldea Dex team because there's like no special attackers. It's kind of rough. Like this team has a lot of issues. Um, in terms of like good moves, you have a lot of rockers. That's pretty nice. Feraligatr is a good Feraligatr. I I meant to say Torterra, and Feraligatr is right next to it, and I just look at Feraligatr on my screen and said fucking hell. Okay, Torterra is a good rocker. Shuckle clicks webs, clicks rocks, whatever. Lycanroc Dusk can run rocks. Azelf can run rocks. Meowscarada is a good spiker, also gets T-spikes. You don't have a spinner, which is not ideal on a webs team. Your defoggers are Scizor and Conkeldurr. The fact that your only removal is Scizor and Conkeldurr is actually also really bad because like Scizor is a really good defogger, but it wants like the freedom to not run be like just be forced into bulky sets all every week, right? Like you want to be able to like run Swords Dance, Choice Band, whatever, not have to worry about defog because something else can remove hazards, but not here. Here it's like Conkeldurr runs I still can't believe that Conkeldurr of all Pokemon learns defog. Why the fuck? Like I get that Ultra Sun and Moon got a little bit funky with the hazard removal, but why Conkeldurr of all the Pokemon to learn defog? They gave it to Conkeldurr. Like I'm sorry, but what the fuck? Like I just don't understand anything. Wait, two Dartrix teams have Azelf? Where? Oh yeah. Hold on. Did I put in the wrong mon or do they actually have both Azelf? Hold on, let's check the doc right now. I just opened fucking the Discord because there's a fucking ping on my screen and Let me see. Did I input this wrong, or do they both like actually have Azelf? Let's see. Let's look at the main dock. Um, Lane has Azelf, and the other guy also has Azelf. Wait. No, you're right. Okay, who drafted it first? Let's find out together. There's only one Azelf on the draft. Did Lane pick it up on like trades? Let's check. Because Lane might have picked it up on like the grace period. If he didn't, then like it's just the team sheet issue. We're gonna have to sort that one out. Trade. Where is Lane's team? Oh, if it'll load. He dropped Hisui and Lilligan for Azelf in grace period. That's what happened. Okay. All right. 1 second. I'm DMing Lane right this instant. 1 second. Wait, did Froggerman drop it, or like did he not drop it? Because if he dropped it and it wasn't updated, then like that's an L. But let me check. No, Froggerman never dropped Azov. So yeah, someone hit up Lane while I finished this fucking video. Thank you, Gala. Very cool. Okay, all right. Back to back to what we were talking. Where was I? I was talking about I think I stopped on like defog, right? Yeah, I stopped on defog. I was talking about how like he has like no removal because like Kincalder and Scissor are not the greatest defoggers. He has no spin. In terms of momentum, he has 3 really good U-turners. No volt switch because no electric type. Like the electric type's missing. Like and then no teleport, no nothing, no like. There's just a lot of issues with this team. Um, you do have a lot of knockoff, which is something, but still, like this team has like so many issues, and like I don't even know if I can put it in C tier because I don't think it's like 2 or 3 trades away from being like insane. Like if you look at C tier, is the team the potential to be insane that are held back by Granny Falls? I don't think this team has potential to be like insane, right? I don't think it's like a super good like S or A tier like potential, but I think it just has too many issues. And like the top end, like Meowscarada, Scizor, Conkeldurr, it's Azelf. Right, the top end is not like super insane. So I think I'm gonna have to give this a D tier. It might be a bit harsh, but like it has some redeeming qualities. But like it's too like the special offense is non-existent. The hazard removal is almost non-existent. It's missing a bunch of types, including Fairy. Has a lot of like rough weaknesses to multiple types. Like it just seems like a collection of physical attackers and then like an Azelf and a Gudra. Like that's just what it looks to me. Next team, we have Pikachu Buggy Choke, coached by the Prince Aldo. His team: Average Tusk, Greninja, Heatran, Sylveon, Salamence, Rotom Cut. Because apparently, well, I don't know why it's called Rotom Cut. How did we end up calling this Rotom Mo instead of Rotom Cut? I'm impressed. But also that name is also way better than Rotom Cut. Venusaur, Gyarados, Lycanroc, Espeon, Girder. Um, so the team doesn't have a normal type, doesn't have a ghost type, and I'm not a fan of either of those, as I'm sure. The ice weakness here is really bad because you have Greninja as a resist, but like depending on the ice type, it could also freeze dry. So Greninja isn't actually a resist. Heatran's a quad resist, but depending on what the ice, like if it's a Mamoswine, Heatran doesn't count. Like Heatran does not count as a mammo as an ice resist if it's a Mamoswine. If it's like a water type clicking an ice move, that also doesn't really count, right? So the ice weakness here is really bad. That's like the biggest, like that's the first thing you see when you look at this team. Um, Not having a ghost type, not a big fan of that. Like I think spin blocking is nice. I think just ghost types, like just ghost stab in general, is super strong. No normal type. I mean, no ghost immunity, rough, but you don't like have an issue with that. Like I mean, you have a resist and a weakness. The resist isn't it's a quite flimsy resist, but it's better than nothing. Um, Steam is pretty decent. I'm not a fan of like the double grass type, like Rotom and Venusaur. I think if the Venusaur was like a ghost type or a normal type, like I think it could be a lot better. Especially with no sun. Like this team looks like a sun team that doesn't have a sun setter. Like there's a Venusaur, there's a Magic Bounce Mon, right? There's like a fire type that can click buttons. There's a good spinner. Like you got a Dawn fan to spin. Like it just looks like a sun team without a sunsetter. That's what it looks like to me. Um, the speed tiers here are not bad. Greninja, Lycanroc, like it's a very nice speed tiers: 122, 112, 110, 100, 86, 81, 80, 77. Right, those speed tiers are pretty solid. Um, you have like good rockers. Dawn fan, bring like you can bring it every week. Like sometimes you might run choice band sets, but most of the time you can run like rock, spin, EQ, knockoff, maybe ice shard if you want to like pick off like a weekend, like I don't know, Dragonite or other 4 times ice week one, right? So that's pretty good. Heatran's a really good rocker. Lycanroc can run rocks as well. Greninja can spike, can T spike. You have a spinner you bring every week. You have a two good defoggers in Mence and Modem. Girder gets defog, who cares? Um, you do have some amounts of momentum. You Greninja, you have Modem, you have two baton passers, right? And Sylveon and Espeon. Speaking of which, those two could also wish pass, both of them. Mence also has wish if you want. You have Trick, you have Donphan can knock off every week. Venusaur learns knockoff if you want to use that. Girder learns knockoff if you bring it. Right. It doesn't, like, besides the ice weakness, like, the ice weakness is the biggest issue. Like, you could probably drop Venusaur, and like I said, for a ghost type or a normal type, or even just, like, an ice resist, really. Like, a bulkier. Yeah, like, because the Gyarados, I feel like the Gyarados doesn't really fit, because you have the Greninja, you have the Mence. I think if you dropped Venusaur and Gyarados for, like, a ghost type or a normal type, and then, like, an ice resist, I think this could be, like, super nice. Like this is a solid team. I don't really have that much to say about this one. I think it's a solid B tier team. Pikachu, Buggy, Choke. Next up, we have the Ferrari Rapidash, coached by Leonard. Um, this team: Sharpedo, King Gambit, Gliscor, Buzzwole, Thundurus, Gastrodon, Metagross, Galarian Slowbro, Dhelmise, Aromatisse, and Pyroar. So, I've already said what I said about Glowbro. I'm not convinced. Aromatisse, solid budget fairy. Like, it can Wish Pass, it can Heal Bell. Like, it's nice. I didn't personally enjoy using it the one time I drafted it, but I respect it. Metagross, pretty cool mon. Pyroar, fuck, I drafted this once in Oras and like, did it do anything? I don't fucking know. Pyroar is kind of bad. Gastro's the inferior water ground type, still better than Swampert though, because Swampert doesn't spike and it doesn't recover. Thunderous, interesting mon. Like it can prankster, it can defiant. Like defiant, Thundy. Like you have good rockers. Like you have good hazard setting. So like if you can bait in the defog and get a defiant boost, that can be real nice. Dhelmise is a cool mon. It's way better than Bramblegast. Buzzwole's a really good mon. Gliscor's a good mon. King Gambit is super nice because this is national decks, and which means it has knockoff because Bisharp has knockoff and it evolves into King Gambit. So King Gambit keeps knockoff, um, which is kind of nuts. And Sharpedo, I love Sharpedo. I love using this mon. I think it's so cool. I'm so excited to see what this does with Terra. It's such a. I really like using this mon. It's so cool. Um. But I did notice that this team is pretty fucking slow. I understand that these bozos bring down the average by like a shit ton, right? But like your speed tiers, I see Thunderous 111, Pyroda 106, Sharpedo 95, but it has speed boost. Gliscor is also 105, Buzzwole 79. The speed tiers here are sus. They're not terrible. I've seen worse speed tiers like in this league, but um not great either. Great, that's one issue. Another issue, this team is super lopsided on physical offense. Once again, like Sharpedo, King Gambit, Gliscor. I mean, not a physical. Like, I mean, it can run Sword Stance if you want, right? But Buzzwole, like, I mean, Thunderous probably runs special most of the time. You can run physical with Defiant. Metagross is a physical monster. Glowbro, it can do either. It has shell side arm, whatever it's fucking called. It can be either. Dhelmise is a physical mon, right? And like your special offense is what? Thundy, which can be physical. Glowbro, which can be physical. You can run special Sharpedo. Like you can. Like with Terra, like Terra Hydro Pump probably does a good damage. Like I've run special Sharpedo before. It's not terrible. Um, you have good rockers, as I mentioned before, with Defiant Thundy to bait Defog. Metagross, good rocker, doesn't want to run rocks every time. Kingambit, good rocker, but you don't really want to run rocks on that thing. Gliscor's a good rocker, Gastro's a good rocker, Gastro's a good spiker, Downlight is a good spinner. You have two good defoggers. I mean, Thundy doesn't exactly want the defog, but it can. I mean, neither does Gliscor. Like, Gliscor's a good defogger, but you don't want to, like, slot in defog on your moveset. That's the thing. That's the key, information. Alright, Layden just told me delete Azelf and put in a Spotter. Let's look at his team again. I'll look at his team after this. So the team is lopsided in physical offense. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams that are on either side. But this team doesn't have any like glaring issues. The speed tiers are sus. The special offense is sus. The hazard removal is a little sus. Dhelmise is good, but the defoggers are not the greatest defoggers. U-turn, you have two good U-turners. Well, only Volt would rather Volt Switch, but it can U-turn against ground types. Um, Rumatis is a good cleric. You have like a lot of taunt, which is nice. In knockoff, you have Thundy is a good knockoff mon, Gliscor is a good knockoff mon, Dhelma is a good knockoff mon. You have some Thunder Wave mons. Um, I think this is a solid team. Doesn't have like any super big issues, but it's also not like the greatest team out there. Like it's not super crazy, but I like it. I want to see how Sharpedo does. I really do. I really like that mon. I think it's a nice like solid like B tier mon. So going back to the fucker Experiment W. Let's see. He now has a what do you call it? An Espatra instead of an Azov. And well, Espatra cannot Terra in this, but I still really like it. Because it still has speed boost, it still has Lumina Crash, it still has Calm Mind, right? It still has Dazzling Gleam to hit like most archetypes. Like King Gambit doesn't really care, Bisharp doesn't really care, but that's fine. That's like two Pokemon, right? I still think it does like it's still solid, right? Like the fact that this is no longer a 1 of 15 speed, kind of rough for speed tiers, but like it has speed boost, but like it hurts the speed tiers a little bit, but then speed boost makes up for it. But then you also lose a rocker, but that's fine. You keep a U-turn mon because this water still has a U-turn. Like you can just U-turn out on spec sets. You also have trick here. Like you still have like solid stuff. This team doesn't really change that much. I think it's probably better now that it has a spotter over Azov. Not by much though. But anyways, our next team. There is no team name. It's just blank. Coached by Red X. It's a rain team. Yay! We've seen a Sun team. We've seen an Arctos. We've seen an Arctozolt Terra signature team. I think we've seen like two Sun. Have we seen? We've seen another rain team. Caracasa had like rain, but his rain was super scuffed. This is hard rain. We got Politoed, Dragonite, Ferrothorn, Raikou, Hatterene, Floatzel, Alolan Muk, Scythertoad, Talonflame, Kamala, and Throw. Politoed, not a good one, but it has Drizzle, which is one of the best abilities in the game. Dragonite, super good. You could even run Thunder, like Hurricane, like I don't know, Specs Dragonite on this team. Like you could. It would be funny. You, but you probably just run boots every week anyway. Who cares? Ferrothorn, really good in rain. Don't be like Time Vault. Don't let this thing die 17 times to fire moves. Raikou, really good mon. I have no idea why this stupid fucker gets scald, but hey, it gets scald, and now it's rain boosted. Hatterene. Hatterene's a good mon. I enjoy using Hatterene. I used it in a league where it could Terra, and it was like the second best mon on my team. Super nice. Floatzel. It can't Terra either, but it still clicks Wave Crash in rain. It's still super good. I really like it. The fact that it gets Wave Crash is so huge. Like obviously now we have like Basque Legion, right? And Basque Legion also has Wave Crash and it's better, but still, like it's Floatzel's better than Barraskewda for sure because Barraskewda doesn't have Wave Crash. Like it's the 40 like base power from liquidation up to Wave Crash is just that big. I'm a Alolan Muck. Fucking. I mean, Alolan Muck's a fine mon. I'm not the biggest fan of it without Pursuit, but like I like Alolan Muck. I think it's a cool mon, but without Pursuit, it loses a lot. But it's fine. Toad, it's a backup Swift Swimmer. It's pretty nice. It can click buttons. It can also just be bulky and run Water Absorb. Talonflame. This is spicy. This is spicy because it just clicks Specs Hurricane with Gale Wings. The problem is that your spinner is Komala, and your only other defogger is Dragonite, so have fun running Specs Gale Wings. Speaking of Kamala, I mean, it has Wish, it has Spin, it has some special bulk. I don't know. I have not seen this one. It's like 4 fucking years. Throw. I I mean, it's a Pokemon. Speed tiers here are pretty nice. Talonflame, Raikou, Floatzel. I mean, they're not that nice. They're not actually that nice, but like the Swift Swim makes up for it, right? It's a rain team. There's not much more I can say to it. It's a rain team. I mean, it could use a ghost type as per usual. It's very lopsided on physical offense, like Dragonite, Floatzel. Like, I mean, Toad can be either. I mean, it's not that lopsided. It's just that the physical attack stats go higher. Right, like Raikou, Hatterene, even Talonflame if you're running Specs. Like I mean, Talonflame's not the strongest Pokemon, but Specs Hurricane goes hard, especially in rain. Um, it's a bit lopsided on the physical side, but it's fine. It's a rain team. It's a rain team. It's rain. I'm not the biggest fan of rain, especially now with Paradox spawns running around. I think Sun's a little better. Not so much in Natex. I think Natex is a different topic, but still. Right, in terms of rockers, you have the Ferrothorn, you have the Toad. Those are both really good. Ferro also spikes. Hazard removal's not that great, but it's fine because you run Boots Dragonite every week. Doesn't matter because Boots. You have good momentum. You have two U-turners because Kamala U-turns. You have Raikou and Volt Switch. You have two Baton Plasma. I mean, Floatzel gets Flip Turn. I don't think Seismitoad or Politoad get Flip Turn. I know. Does Floatzel get Flip Turn? Was it even in Gen 8? I don't know. Let's find out. No, Floatzel doesn't get Flip Turn. No. Barraskewda gets Flip Turn, not Floatzel. Um, like, you have the Wishmon with Kamala. I mean, it's a Kamala. You have a lot of knockoff, which is pretty nice. You have Seismitoad, you have Mach, you have Throw, Kamala, Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn, pretty good mon in Rain. The, you know, it's all rocket science. It's a Rain team. There's not much I could say. It doesn't have any like glaring issues. It's not like crazy either. It's a Rain team. It's fine. I will put it at a solid like eh, B tier. Next team is the 7-bit Wingles, coached by Sailor V. Um, okay. Um, where do I where do I start with this one? Okay, before I start, Froggerman asked in the Discord chat, is there a way to watch Power Rankings without being in the PC? Yes, this is being uploaded to YouTube. Okay. With this team, all right. So, Malamar, Tapu Lele, Hoopa Unbound, Empoleon, Reuniclus, Alolan Marowak, Gardevoir, Heracross, Grafaiai, Comfey, and Blossom. So, what the fuck is this? All right, I, 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 I mean, Sailor V, you're in this VC. Explain the five psychic types, please. I am very intrigued. This looks like a VGC team, like a VGC Trick Room team. Psychic Sim, I get. Yeah, you have five psychic types. That's called. This is called diminishing returns. That's the thing you have to consider. This is diminishing returns. Like you can only like spam so much psychic. Like look at Lane. He dropped in mono water last season and went like 3 and 5. It it doesn't there's levels to psychic spam, all right? Especially when you're throwing out like Malamar, Gardevoir. Not that Malamar's a terrible Pokemon, but like, right there's a limit to how much psychic you can spam. That's the thing. Um, but yeah, but Lele, Hoopa, U, super scary. Empoleon's a nice defensive mon. Reuniclus, it's pretty can be pretty scary. Like Magic Guard, Calm Mind can go hard. Lola Marowak, it's a cool mon. I haven't seen a lot of it, but it's nice. It hits super hard with Deck Club. The fact that it has to run that and can't run Boots kind of sucks. Heracross is a good mon. Grafaiai has some cute tricks. It has Prankster. It has some utility. Comfey. Comfey can be really scary. It gets like one sweep a season without fail every single season in like every league. It's I don't know how it manages it, but Comfey like always sweeps a team in every single season. And then Blossom's a Blossom. I mean the E tier. But yeah, this just looks like the VGC Trick Room team, like with all the Psychic Spam, the Psychic Surge, Expanding Force in Trick Room. But five psychic types, like the you even have how do you have a weakness to poison? Yeah, I mean you have five psychic types, so who cares, right? But like you have three fairy types, you have the grass type, you have a. It's kind of rough out here. I will say, like there's only so much psychic you can spam before it actively becomes a detriment. Like I think triple psychic is like kind of acceptable, like Lele, Hoopa, U, Reuniclus, but like throwing Gardevoir and Mally, and it's just rough. Like the ghost weakness here is like unreal. Your only like resist is Grafaiai on an immunity because Your dark types, which would resist ghost, are both part psychic, which means they don't resist ghost, so they just eat like ghost moves for days. The dark weakness is not actually that bad because like pretty much every single psychic except Reuniclus is actually neutral to dark. And you also do have two resist in Heracross and Comfey, but Ghost weakness is really bad. The that yeah, there's just too much psychic here. That's the thing. Like psychic spam is valid, but you're spamming too much psychic. The speed tiers here are also very sus. The fastest one is 110. I would like to see him on like 115 or above minimum, like 115, 120, but like 110, 100, 95, 85, 80 twice, 73. Like it's not like the numbers aren't bad. It's just that I'd like to see like a mod faster than 110, right? Plot twist psychic isn't their favorite typing. We we would that would be really funny. Um, see, does you have a good rocker in Napoleon. You have Heracross. Did Heracross always have spikes, or is that like a Gen 8, Gen 9 thing? Like I feel like this thing did not spike before. You have no spinner, which isn't the end of the world. You have two good defoggers in Napoleon and Comfey. You have two U-turn mons. You're missing like so much. You're missing like a dragon type. You're missing an electric type. You're missing ground, flying. So you don't have a volt switcher because you don't have an electric type. You do have some baton pass. Gardevoir gets teleport. Gardevoir can just be a mini Clefable. It has wish teleport. You just do things. It's funny. You do have fucking more knockoff than I've ever seen. 8 mons get knockoff. You know what? I take everything back. This is an S tier team. It has 8 knockoff mons. Okay, but it isn't actually. It's bug. Oh my god, it's bug. All right, bug spam moment. First impression. Let's go. Um, yeah, you have a lot of knockoff, but not the knockoff does not make up for the 5 psychic types. And I just there's you're spamming too much psychic. I respect it. It is funny, but it's not good. So this will go in D tier. Next team, Smoliv Garden, coached by the scary Smoliv. Bit hard when you're so small, but you know, we'll make it work. So his team: Poltegeist, Victini, Excadrill, Rotowash, Baxcalibur, Umbreon, Garganacl, Galarian Weezing, Virizion, Zatu, and Stantler. Stantler, I respect it. It has Eviolite. It has Intimidate. And even Sap Zipper. Like you can do something with this. Like this thing is not like completely useless. I've seen worse E tiers. Zatu, it has Magic Bounce. It will always have something to do because of Magic Bounce. Virizion's a good mon. Poltegeist as a Terra Captain is interesting. It has a cool utility move pool. Like it has dual screens. Does it have Memento? I think it has Memento. This team has 0 knockoff users. It's so bad. This goes in F tier instantly. Oh my god. Okay, Victini, super scary. Like Bandit V Create will always be scary. Excadrill. The, here's the thing. Where's the sand? Like there's an Excadrill. Like dude, this isn't black and white OU. Sand Rush is legal, you know? Like, you're what? Are you just gonna run, like, bulky Mold Breaker every week? Rotom Wash is a good one. Baxcalibur is super scary. I really don't like the fact that Bax is an ice type. I think it's kind of rough, but it is super threatening. Like, 145 attack, like, Swords Dance, Dragon Dance, Ice Shard. You can run CB. Um, Umbreon, I mean, it walls things, but kind of passive. But you can work around that. Garganacl, I've said it so many times in so many leagues. I don't rate this mon. No, if it can Terra, fine. It's a good mon because it can Terra. If it can't Terra, it's stuck with the rock typing, which is pretty rough. I don't rate it. I don't rate it. Galarian Weezing, fine mon. Um, it just feels like there's a lot of things going on here, but like I feel like half the things are super sus and half the things are super good. Like Wash Tom, Bax, like even Victini, Like that's super nice. I like that. The Umbreon's nice. The Virizion. Like the lower tiers are interesting. They can they can put in work. Like given the right matchup. Polteageist as a Terra Captain, interesting. Is it good? I mean, it has Shell Smash. Like it's gonna put in work. Like I can't say that it won't because it will. Right? It's Shell Smash Terra, but I think that really just tunnel visions into just Shell Smash. Like it, you can just ignore unless your plan is to just defensive Terra and just wall people with whatchamacallit. Just make it a Spadef wall with Strength Sap. I mean, sure, why not? You can do that, but um, but the X control without sand is super sus. The Garganackle, I don't like it. Right? There's some kind of funky stuff going on here. Not the biggest fan. The speed tiers are not great. Like your fastest mon is not even 110, which is not good. Like if you do if your fastest mon doesn't reach like 115, fine. If it doesn't reach 110, that's kind of an issue. Like 110 is a really good speed tier to hit. Like 108, 100, 95, 88, 87, 86, 85. Like I feel like this clutter of mons, like it's kind of rough when your speed tiers are like super cluttered like this because like pretty much every mon that like can run adamant versus like Stantler can also run like adamant when speed creeping like Excadrill, right? So like I don't like when speed tiers are like this cluttered. Like 108 to 100 to 95, that's fine. But when it's like 88 to 85 in the span of 4 mons, I'm not the biggest fan of that, right? Like they can't be too far apart, like more than like 10, 15 points, but they can't also be like 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. That's the thing. Um, so these speed tiers, I don't like the speed tiers. I don't like the third of this team. I feel like there's a collection of good Pokemon, and then you just throw in like some jank. Um, and as for the rockers, Excadrill, Garganackle. I mean, Garganackle's a good rocker. I will give it that. Excadrill, I mean, you don't have sand, so like, unless your plan is to Sword Stance Rapid Spin every week, I just don't see it. Or again, bulky Mold Breaker a la BWOU. No spikes, not the end of the world, but when your rockers are not super great, it gets kind of rough. T spikes on Galarian Weezing, pretty fine. Spin on Drill, it's a good spinner. Zatu has Defog, Magic Bounce, it's a good hazard control. Weezing has Defog. Wash Tom has Defog, pretty nice. In terms of momentum, you have U-turn, you have Volt Switch, you have a lot of Baton Pass, you have Teleport with Zatu, you have 2 Wish Passers, which is pretty nice. You have a lot of Trick. You can trick a lot of Scarfs onto people. You have a lot of Sucker Punch as well, strangely enough, but like, does anyone even use Sucker Punch that well? I mean, Stantor has base 95 attack, I guess. Or you just run 65 attack, Shell Smash, Sucker Punch, Polteageist. Why not? This team has no knockoff, which is pretty fucking bad because like I mean, you don't even like knockoff is such a good move. I think it's the best move in the game. You might disagree, but like you can agree that it's like top 3, top 5, if anything. So not having any knockoff, not good, like at all. You have a lot of Thunder Wave, that's fine. There's a lot of issues with this team. I think it has potential to be good, but it's so sus. It's super sus. Like so many things about it are so sus. The fighting weakness, it's not bad. You have 2 quad resist and an immunity. The immunity you bring every week. So that's fine. Rock gets a bit rougher. There's Drill, but it's also weak to ground. Virizions a really good edge quake resist. It should have synthesis, but based on its defense, not the greatest, but it's workable. Besides that, yeah, it's really just a matter of like Excadrill with no sand. It's sus. Garganackle I don't like, and the speed tiers could use a little fixing. But other than that, it's decent. It's not horrible. Like I think it's with like 2 or 3 trades. I know Small have used like a lot of trades in a grace period to get to this team. I think he used like 3 or 4 or something. I think just like 2 or 3 trades, and like this team could be like solid. I'll put it in C tier. It's like high, very high C tier though, because it's not that high C tier, but like it's not. It's closer to B tier than to D tier. That's for sure. Um, Next team, Slurpee Sluggers, coached by Jam. So his team: Avalugg, Cinderace, Jirachi, Quaquaval, Clodsire, Florges, Obstagoon, Mismagius, but who cares? The Tyrantrum, Vikavolt, and Trapinch. So Avalugg is a Terra Captain. I like that. I think it's cool. It's a cool choice. Like Terra Fighting, Body Press, Terra Steel. Like this thing goes from fucking garbage to actually good. Although it still has no Spadef, so you gotta be mindful of that. Cinderace, I really like that mon. I've used Cinderace a lot. It's one of my favorite mons to use. I really think it's good. It's a good mon. Even despite the Libero nerf, I think it's super nice. Jirachi, it's a good mon. I will say though, Cover Cloak to stop like Serene Grace Ironhead exists, so like it's not as good because of Cover Cloak, but it's still a good mon. Quaquaval is always a threat. Clodsire is a good defensive mon. Florges is a good defensive mon. I like the Clodsire plus Florges like Spadef combo with Avalugg as a Fisdef wall. I think that's really nice. I really like that. Obstagoon. Not the biggest fan of Obstagoon, but I respect it. It's a solid mon. Um, his Magius, Define mon. I like it. Good, solid, fast, like decently strong, like decently like low mid tier ghost type, super nice. Tyrantrum, interesting for sure. Um, Vikavolt, I like Vikavolt. I mean, it's my favorite web setter. I think it's the best. And then Trapinch, I mean, you can do way worse for E tiers because at least Trapinch has Arena Trap, like EQ, Arena Trap First Impression, something. Like this thing is better than like 95% of E tiers. Um, this team is quite slow though. Like, I mean, obviously the fact that you have like Trapinch, Clodsire, Avalugg bring down the average is rough. You do have webs to fix like the speed that actually matters. Like Cinderace at 119 is fine. There's Magius 105, Jirachi 100. Obstagoon, it's not that slow now that I think about it, because of these guys like bring down the average by so much. But and you also have webs, so like it's not the fastest, but it's not the slowest. It's decent. The speed tiers are fine, especially with webs. Um, and the fact that Obstagoon is your normal and your dark type means that ghosts can kind of run ham besides Obstagoon, but Obstagoon is pretty frail. Well, it's not that frail. 93, 101, 81 is not frail, but I thought it was frailer, but it's not a defensive mon at all. It's an offensive mon, and especially if it's like Flame Orb Guts, like it's getting chipped down every turn, right? So I'm not the biggest fan of that. I think Obstagoon needs like a second normal or a bulky normal or a bulky dark to go alongside it to cover ghosts. Um, yeah, the ground weakness is kind of rough. You have 2 levitate mons to take care of that. You don't have a flying type, huh? You don't. Not the end of the world, because you do have 2 levitators. But considering one of them's weak to rock and the others has like no physical bulk, gets a bit weird. Like Edgequake is super good. Um, it's a good team though. It does look. Um, is it actually this lopsided on physical offense, or am I being lied to? Let's see. It's a physical mon. It's mostly physical because Ironhead flinch, but can be either. That's a physical mon. It's a special mon. It's a physical mon. It's physical. It looks fairly lopsided. Like you have the Mismagius, you have the Jirachi kinda. You have the Florges. Florges is not passive. That's base 112 special attack. And Vikavolt is super fucking hard. But I guess it's like Vikavolt and Mismagius. Kind of this, kind of this. I mean, this is not an offensive mon, but still. Yeah, it's decently lopsided, but it's not as bad, I don't think. Um, so you have a lot of rockers. Tyrantrums, I mean, fine. Jirachi's a good rocker. Clodsire is a good rocker. Avalugg gets rocks? Like, Kalos Avalugg gets rocks? Ain't no way. Ain't no way Kalos Avalugg gets rocks. Since when? Excuse me? We do a little trolling, huh? I see. I see how it is. Okay. Well, you learn something new every day, huh? Kalos Avalon gets Stealth Rocks. There's no way it actually does. What the fuck? I can't possibly be right. Okay. Cloudslayer gets spikes, anti-spikes. Pretty good. It's good at, oh. Oops. I just moved it once from T-spikes. Okay. Quackava gets, spin. Good spinner. Avalug, you bring it every week and it spins. Pretty good. Florges, pretty reliable defogger. Like, you can run, like, Moonblast, Wish Protect, and then, like, last move can be, like, whatever, like, Calm Mind, Defog. I think, does it get, like, coverage? Does it get Mystical Fire, or is that just Sylveon? I don't know. I don't remember if it does. In terms of momentum, Quackball gets U-turn. It's pretty good. Jirachi, Cinderace also get U-turn. Vikavolt gets Volt Switch. We got some Baton Pass action going on. Florges can Baton Pass like a Wish. Man, right. Speaking of which, Jirachi also gets Wish. That's also pretty good. Mr. Andrews gets Heal Bell, which is nice. Your only knockoff user is Obstagoon. I don't like that. You want more knockoff. That move is so good. It gets rid of boots. That item is so good. It's a good team. It's definitely a good team. Doesn't have too many glittering issues. I think the ground weakness is kind of rough, but you can work around that. We could probably use like another like special attacker, but besides that, I think this team is pretty fine. I think it can go in A tier. Like, this is a solid team. Next team, Distortion World Doofs, coached by which new player is this? I forget. It's one of the new guys, and I don't remember which one. Let me check real quick. While I check, I will just talk about the team a little bit. Hoopa, Garchomp, Tapu Koko, Halucha, Amoonguss, Starmie, Lokix, Orform. Oh, this is the Panda of Redness. I remember, because he sniped my fucking Orform. Arctozolt, Kangaskhan, Aurorus. So, I don't like the Arctozolt Auroras. I think Aurorus is a fucking terrible Pokemon. It sucks so much. It's so bad. Like, I think if you had like Alolan Ninetales or Slowking or even a Bombasnow, I would like that a lot more. Not Auroras. Auroras sucks. Kangaskhan, I respect it. It has Wish. It can do things. I like it. Has like solid special bulk. Well, it has solid physical bulk as well. I think the Mega has like better special bulk if I remember correctly. It's a solid mon. Um, Orform, pretty cool. It's immune to ground. It's like a Skarmory. It doesn't have the flying type, but or Roost, but it keeps the ground immunity, which is interesting. I like it. I like Orform. Low kicks is a threat. Like Tinted Lens, first impression, Tinted Lens, Sucker Punch. That thing with Choice Band hurts so fucking hard. It's pretty cool. Starmie is a cool mod. I like it. Bulky Starmie is nice. Good spinner. Natural Cure is nice. Analytic is nice to catch like switches. Among Us it's Among Us. It clicks Spore. It has Regenerator. It's a good mod. Coco Lucha, the instant F tier. Fuck you. Chomp. Coco Chomp. Crazy combo with Halucha as well. Hoopa as a Terra Captain is really nice. Like, you get rid of the 2-4 times weaknesses you have to Ghost and Dark, and suddenly, this Hoopa becomes like super good. Speed tiers here are nice. You got Coco, you got 130, you got 118, 115, 102, 92, 90. Now here, kind of a gap, but it's fine. Hoopa at 70, whatever. Then you do have the Arctozolt with Slush Rush if you really wanted to, but there's really, again, I'm not a fan of the Aurorus. I don't think it's worth bringing, like, just to make Arctozolt work. Like, it feels like you're playing with two mons pretty much almost every week, unless Arctozolt is super crazy, like actually just like 6-0s your opponent. Aurora's fucking Aurora's been so bad. Um, but yeah, the rest of the team is really good though. It is super good. Like Warform is a good rocker, it's a good spiker. Chomp is a good rocker and a good spiker. Starmie is a good spinner. I mean, the thing is, Coco Candy Fog, it shouldn't. It runs like T-Bolt, it runs like Dazzling Gleam. It runs like U-turn or Volt Switch, depending on like if you care about. It runs like Roost. It runs like Grass Knot. Even Calm Mind. It does not want to defog like ever. Neither does Hawlucha. So like your only removal is like um Starmie, and like Starmie is a fine remover, but could be better. This team is this team actually that lopsided on the physical side? Let's see. Hoop is a special attacker. Chomp is physical. Coco special. Don't be like Lane in season 5 or 6, whichever season. Was it 6? There was a season where he ran like physical Coco against the Corviknight and got walled by Iron Defense, and I don't remember which. I think it was 6. Um, don't do that. Don't run Wild Charge Coco. That move sucks. Luch is a physical mon, Storm is a special mon, low kick, sword form, Arctos. Well, yeah, this is kind of lopsided on the physical side. Um, As you have a lot of Volturn, you have a lot of U-turn, you have Voltage Coco, you have Teleport. Well, Stormy can flip turn as well. You think you'd rather flip turn over teleport most times. Kangaskhan Wish, which is nice. You can Scarf Trick. Your only knockoff mon is Hoopa. Not ideal, because I mean Hoopa has base 110 attack, but compared to 150 special attack, I mean you could run knockoff on like some sets, I suppose. Um, See, you don't have a fire type. I'm not the biggest fan of that. You also have the sizable fire weakness. Like you have a Chomp, you have a Starmie, which is fine. Um, it's not a fairy weakness, but like your resists are Amoonguss and Orform. I think you're fine on that front. Rock weakness. I mean, I feel like Edgequake beat it's pretty good versus a lot of teams anyway. And Auroras and Arctos all do kind of mess that up because they're both rock weak, but like again, I don't. I guess I see what you're going for, like Coco, and then like go Auroras, and then like go Arctos ult and like Bolt Beak in like electric terrain, but just run Hawlucha as your E terrain sweeper. There's no point in Arctos ult. Like I think you can do a lot better than like Arctos ult Auroras to like cap off the team. If you didn't have like Arctos ult Auroras, I think this team would be S tier. Like if you had like a better C tier and a better E tier. I mean E tier is not that big a deal, but I the fact that you have to use Auroras of all things as your Arctos ult enabler, that's rough. So I will give this team in A tier ranking. Next team. This is the last the Dartrix League team. I feel like I might be being not generous enough with my S tiers so far, but we'll see. We'll see at the end. I might change some teams around later. So this is the last Dartrix Division team, boys. New York Natu, coached by I also don't remember this one. Fuck. It's Oh, I'm gonna check. But this team, Rhyperior, Volcarona, Hisuian Gudra, Iron Leaves, Keldeo, Porygon Z, Glasstrier, Rotom Fan, Drapion, Galarian Rapidash, and Dusclops. I've said my piece about Dusclops. This mon sucks. It's so bad. It gets it does nothing. Like exerts no pressure, even though its ability is pressure. It's weak to knockoff. It's an Eviolite mon that's weak to knockoff. It can't run boots, so hazards wear it down. It's super bad. You have a 10 mon draft. I'm sorry. It's the reality situation. The coach is Blackout EDC. That's the one. Galarian Rapidash, interesting mon. I think it can Swords Dance. It can also Calm Mind. I think I don't know. Dripion's a cool mon. Fan's a cool mon. Glastrier is pretty cool. I like Glastrier. It's pretty bulky. Hits pretty hard. It's very fucking hard. Base 145 attack. PZ Pit is a fucking intercontinental ballistic missile. Adaptability, fucking specs, like tri attack goes insane. It's a tri attack, so you can also just freeze someone, right? You can also have download, get a special attack boost. You have analytic. I mean, I don't. Who cares? Like you just adaptability every fucking game. Who cares about the other two? Keldeo is a good mon. I like it. I think it gets flip turn, which is nice. Iron Leaves with no E terrain. Pretty sus. Like this mon isn't bad, but you really need E terrain. Like you just do. Like this mon's not doesn't really. The whole reason why it's A tier is because it can do things in E terrain. Like it has Quark Drive, it has the signature move I don't remember the name of, but Hisuian Gudra, very good mon. I really like it. Although I think a secondary steal might be in order for it because it doesn't resist fairy. But your team is not weak to fairy because your dark type is a part poison, right? Volcarona, very good mon, super good. Rhyperior, really good signature, very good. This team is pretty solid. Um, yeah, these speed tiers, they really should be spread out a bit more, like 108 to 100. They bit. Like they're not terrible. I would have liked them on above 110, ideally 115. Like if you had like a mon that went like I don't know 116 plus down to like 108 and then to like 104, 100, 95, 90, 86, right? I think this would be a lot better. It like this team is not very fast and it doesn't have webs to make up for it, right? Like you have these mon like no mon above 110, like only 3 above 100. Volcaron is at 100. Um right, it's like I think like these like 7 here are super solid. Leaves it's not an A tier mon without E terrain, but it's also not like complete garbage. Like I think it's a decent mon. And then like Ronofan can do things, Drapion can do things. Rapidash I think can do things. I don't know. Dusclops is not a mon. Like you have a 10 mon draft. Um but like Volcarona, Hisuian Gudra, Keldeo, PZ, like I think these 4 will like be super good. Rhyperior with Terra, amazing. Lightning Rod, Solid Rock, like so good. Um, Edgequake, bit rough, um, but yeah, I feel like it's rough versus a lot of teams to be fair. But it's especially rough here because right, like your Rono fans weak to rock. Like your rock resists. I mean, Keldeo does not switch into EQ. I mean, Rhyperior can Terra into something that doesn't auto lose to it. Like Guja resists rock, but it's weak to ground. You do have every type, which is nice. I mean, bug isn't required, but when you draft a Volcarona, it's a Volcarona. Like, who cares, right? Ice type, who cares? Rock type, who cares? But like, your ice type is good, your fire type is good, your rock type is your fire type. I mean, your bug type is good, right? So it's not like, who cares? Um. Oh, I guess corrupt is right. You can run like booster energy sword stance on iron leaves, but uh, being pigeonholed into booster energy kind of sucks because like if you're forced out then like you've completely wasted your leaves. Like if you can't get it in the first time, so you have to be very careful when running like booster energy sets. Um, it's a solid team. The leaves is a bit sus. The Dusclops is sucks. It's a solid team. It's like really high end B tier, low end A tier. Um, It's somewhere in that range. Like, how good do I reckon, like, Volcarona, Hisuian Goodra, or Keldeo PZ2? Um, I guess I should look more. Oh, wait, your only rocker is Rhyperior. That's rough. Your only knockoff user is Drapion. Your hazard control is like non-existent. Your Volturn is also kind of non-existent. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in B tier. I think the hazard control is not good enough for A tier. All right, that's Star Treks League, baby. We've done the thing. All right, so now we've hit the home stretch. I'm like 3 hours in, 2 hours 54 minutes recording. So, but we're doing it. All right, we're starting the Oshawott League, or as this Division 3 used to be called in the past. It's time for the Johto League warning, baby. All right, the first team we have Kansas City Coffins, coached by Jactus. We have Zoroark, Iron Hands, Slowbro, Porygon 2, Tinkaton, Garganacl, Flygon, Frostlass, Scovillain, Excelgor, and Swallow. So, I mentioned how Hisuian Zoroark and Iron Hands on Nick's team was crazy. Regular Zoroark isn't as crazy, but with Terra, like if you disguise this thing as an Iron Hands, I mean, this thing goes fucking hard. All right, Iron Hands I think is probably like a top 2 or 3 mon in like the tier list. Like it's so fucking fat. It hits so hard. It's so good. And you have Slowbro Porygon 2 that can just teleport into like hands or a Zoroark disguised as hands. Like why not? Alright, Tinkaton, again, I would like a second fairy for this Tinkaton. Garganacl I don't like. Flygon's a really cool mod, I like it. It can Dragon Dance, it can like Roost Defog, it has U-turn. It's a cool mod. Frostlass, I mean, it's decent. Like, it's a ghost type. It can, like, click Shadow Ball. It can click, like, Poltergeist, Triple Axle. It can Spike. Scovillain without Sun is super sus. And Moody is not legal in this league, so it's just there. Like, there's really no point. Unless it sets up its own Sun, but then... Uh, Excelgor, it clicks spikes, it clicks T-spikes. I don't know what it does beyond that. Does it have a high special attack stat? 100. That's usable. Um, but I'm not convinced. Then Swallow exists. So the low tiers here are are very sus. But like Zoroark Hands, Slowbro P2. I mean Zoroark hit or miss. But like Hands Slowbro P2 is like an S tier core. And then like Tinkaton Flygon's nice, but I think the rest of the team drags it down. Like you have good rockers in Tinkaton, Garganacl, you have spikes, you have T spikes. No spin, your only defogger's Flygon, which is rough, especially on a team with Zoroark, which demands like hazards off. Unless he just boots every mon. You have a good U-turn. You have Zoroark, you have Flygon. Volt Switch on hands. It's really good. Like this one becomes 100 times better when you run Volt Switch because you just Volt Switch out on like whatever wants to switch into it. You have Teleport on this. You have some Trick. You have some Knockoff. Not as much as I'd like, but enough. You have a Tinkaton. You have a Zoroark. Um, yeah, I think if like the back half of the team was better, this could be easy S tier, but I think I will have to just give this in A tier. The speed tiers, they're not bad. They're not bad. All right, next team. Tinchino Toodles, coached by fuck. I'm gonna have to open the doc on my phone before because I don't. A lot of these people are new, and I don't have like their team names memorized. Um, this one is. And if they're the second coach, they have to be a returning coach, right? But I don't recognize the team name. Um, this team is 1 second. Oh, it's Shion, right? I forgot. He has all the cancel starters. Okay, so this is Shion. His team: Charizard, Weavile, Gengar, Sylveon, Buzzwole, Venusaur, Blastoise, Metagross, Rhyperior, Braviary, Ampharos. This thing should be the Terra Captain, not Zapdos? This is weird ass looking Zapdos. What, Paldean Zapdos moment. Charizard. I mean, it can run boots. Like fire flying is not that bad of a defensive typing. When when it can run just boots, right? Like I think Rhyperior would be so much better as a Terra Captain. Weavile's good, Gengar's good, Sylveon's a good mon, Buzzwole's good. Venusaur without Sun, bit sus. But when it's not like a second grass type, I think it's fine. Blastoise is a good mon, Metagross is a good mon. Braviary is a cool mon, Ampharos exists. Like you can use that. No dragon type is not great, but you can work around it. The speed tiers here, I don't like the speed tiers. Like 125 to 110, 100 is fine, but then it drops to 80, and then 80, 80, 79, 78. I don't like these speed tiers. This team is, yeah, it's not that lopsided on like physical offense. Like, you got the Weavile, you got the Buzzwole, like this Braviary, like those ones have high attack stats. That's why it looks as lopsided, but it's not because you have like Zard, you have Gengar, Sylveon. Venusaur, Blastoise, Metagross, yeah. It is that the physical attackers have super high attack stats, so it drags up the average. As for rocks, so Rhyperior, Metagross, fine. No spikes, T-spikes on Gengar, spin on Blastoise. Charizard's a good defogger, Braviary is a defogger. U-turn, Volt Switch, no teleport, some baton pass stuff. Sylveon has Wish, good cleric. Knockoff Weavile's good. Venusaur can run knockoff. Gengar doesn't really run knockoff. You could, but eh, it's really bad versus Edgequake. This is super fucking bad. Zard's 4 times weak to rock, so it's not a EQ switch in. Um, and this none of this team switches into Edgequake. Hold on. I think every mod on this team except Venusaur and Blastoise is weak to one. No, Buzzwole's not weak to either, but or Sylveon. But like Sylveon has like no physical bulk. It's not that it has no physical bulk, but like it's not ideal. Um, yeah, there's a fire weakness, but there's a Rhyperior, Blastoise, Zard. It's not an issue. But yeah, Zard should not be the Terra Captain when there's a Rhyperior right there. The rest of the team is not anything like spectacular. Um, the speed tiers I don't like. The hazard control's not great. I think this is like a high like C tier team. Next team, Berlin Brelooms, coached by Anubion. So his team, Rabombi, Hisuian Gudra, Gapdos, Skeledirge, Hisuian Samurott, Swampert, Mesprit, Electros, Cryogonal, Dakshbun, and Saucebuck. So Rabombi as a Terra Captain's interesting. I guess you can Quiver Dance. Does it get Terra Blast? Is it coming via home? I have no. I don't care. I don't think Rabombi is that good at Terra Captain. Um, but honestly, I mean, Cryogonal would be a decent Terra Captain. Like, you can Terra Steel, like Flash Cannon, right? Or something else. Hisuian Gudra is a good mon. Gyarados is a good mon. Skeledirge is a good mon. Hisuian Samurai is a good mon. Like, these four right here, super good. Swampert, it's a nice bulky water to pair with Slimerot, who's a more offensive water. Mesprit getting recovered, super nice. Eel, I really like Electros. I think it's a good mon. I think it's cool. Cryogonal is a good spinner. Dakshbun's a second fairy. And Saucebuck's an E tier. You got two really good rockers. You got a good spinner. You got Rabombi doesn't defog its own webs. So you are reliant on like Cryogonal to get rid of like hazards if you want. You have a lot of U-turn. You have a Volt Switch on. You have some Baton Pass stuff going on. Dakshman gets Wish. It gets a fire immunity, which is kind of cool. Um, would have liked the second steel to pair with the Gudra again because it doesn't resist fairy. Um, and you have a lot of knockoff. Hisuian Samurott I really like. I was kind of sad that I dropped it in a Dartrix League because I really wanted to just click Ceaseless Edge because like Ceaseless Edge just gives you spikes. Like it's so good. It's so spammable. You have knockoff as well on like a bunch of mons. This is a good team. Um, I do really like it. Like it's not the greatest team out there. I think it has a couple issues. The speed tiers, not the worst, right? You also do have webs, but I like this team. I like this team. I think it's like a low A tier, high B tier, somewhere along those lines. I mean, I think these four are super good with Swampert for bulk, with Mesprit for bulk. I think it's like, uh, it's probably like a bottom two A tier team or like a top two B tier team. I think I'll put it in B tier for now. All right, next team is the Flippers, coached by Zaroga21. I think this was the team I was talking about that I said was gonna be insane, and I thought it was in Oshawott League. I think this one's it. Diancie, Gliscor, Iron Moth, Necrozma, Haxorus, Cobalion, Feraligatr, Zarud, Talonflame, Hisuian Quillfish, Dedenne. What the fuck? Gliscor, Moth, Necrozma, Haxorus. That's fucking absurd. Diancie. I mean, you can get rid of the rock type. You can just make it a fairy type. That's pretty cool. It's not the greatest Terra Captain out there, but it's solid. Like I respect it. No normal type. I'm not a fan of. No ghost type. I'm not a fan of. All right, but like these four, super good. I think the Talonflame is a bit I mean, it gives a super fast mon, but when you have a moth, I don't think you want another fire type. Like you don't want to add to like rock and ground weaknesses with that thing. But like Moth, Necrozma, Haxorus, insane offensive core. Gliscor with the bulk to back it up. Zarud can U-turn. Feraligatr can also Dragon Dance. Diancie can also provide some backup bulk. Cobalion can Volt Switch. I don't like Cobalion. I think this mon's stupid. It doesn't resist Fairy. It's a Steel type. It's neutral to Fairy. I hate it. I don't like using it, but it has rocks, it has Volt Switch, it can do things. It's a really cool fish. I think it's a cool mon. It's like I think it's D tier, and like it's a cool mon. It has like spikes. It has intimidate. It can hold Eviolate because it evolves into Overquill. The Dene, as far as E tiers go, it's fast. It clicks Volt Switch. Like that's all you could really ask for. Really, just have something. I think this team is also S tier, but I guess I could go a little more in depth. The speed tiers, I think the speed tiers are a bit cramped, but they're fine. Like they actually are super fine. Wait, these speed tiers are kind of insane. Like just go from 110, 108, 105, 101, 97, 95, 85, 79, 78. Like these speed tiers are fine. Um his team bit lopsided on the physical offense. You have Moth Necrozma, right? But then like you have like Haxorus, Cobalion, Gator, Zarud, Talonflame to some extent. I mean, you can also run Specs Hurricane. Who knows? But like Moth Necrozma, super insane. Haxorus is super good as well. This team is S tier. This team's also S tier. I really like it. How much knockoff does it have? I mean, Gliscor is a really good knockoff user. Necrozma can run knockoff if you like DD or something. Like has a lot of rockers, has a lot of hazards. Has I mean, Talonflame can be a good defogger. No spinner is not the end of the world because like you can just boot Siren Moth, you boots Talonflame. You have a lot of Volturn. I really like Volturn. I think Volturn's super good as well. Um, it's good. It's really good. Next team, Cozy Komalas, coached by Bespoke Foil. So his team, Hisuian Braviary, Kommo-o, Scizor, Cyrilege, Tyranitar, Gastrodon, Inteleon, Chestnut, Weezing, Bolton, and Double. So Hisuian Braviary was the kill leader in ETA, which is Mayo's league. It could also Terra in that league. I think it had like 17 kills. Um, Kamalo's a good mon, Scissor's a good mon, Cerulege is a good mon. A lot of physical offense, right? Titar. Is there anything to go with sand? No, there's no like sand rush. Gastro's a good bulky water. I like Inteleon. I think it's a cool mon. Chestnut's a good mon. Weezing's a fine mon. Bolton. Bolton, I like Bolton. I think it's interesting. It's a cool mon. Like it's not the greatest, right? But because I mean it's just a Bolton. But Nick will remember that time when Rio got like 10 kills with it in 2 games in ASL. Nick remembers. He got like 6 kills in one game with that thing, and I'm like, what the fuck? Double, it's funny. It can con guard. It can. Does it have body press? I think it has body press. It can like con guard body press and just go off. I think this team is good. And no fairy type sucks, but like Precision Braviary probably just tears into fairy. Um, so you have that. I would have liked the fairy type, like an actual proper fairy type on this team though. But since that the speed tiers are pretty sus, I will say. Like it's Bolton and Teleon, and then like Dubwolf's next fastest at 88, which is like 32 points less. Como, Cerulege, like it's pretty cramped. Just Bravery, Scizor. The speed tiers are sus, but like you have like Bullet Punch Scizor, like Shadow Seek Cerulege. Como can like click Dragon Dance. Or even like since this team is so lopsided on physical offense, you can run Throat Spray, Clangorous Soul, get like an Omni boost, get like +2 special attack, and like just click like special moves. Like you could do that. Like I don't think Chestnut adding a second fighting's kind of sus, but it's fine. Because Chestnut's a good cool mon. Like you have reliable rockers, you have Gastro, you have Titar, you have Como. I'm not the biggest fan of Titar. I think if you dropped Titar for a mon that's like somewhere around like 100 and 105 speed, that's also a dark type, I think that would be really good. Um, Defog, I mean, hazard removal is an issue, but like you can boots everything, so it's not the end of the world. But you got a lot of Volt Turn, you got U-turn on a bunch of mons. Bolton can Volt Switch if you want to. I mean, it has the same special attack stat as attack, so it just doesn't have strong job, but it's still a Volt Switch. Have Baton Pass, double can Baton Pass. I don't know if you want to do that, but you can. You have a lot of taunt. You only have one knockoff user in Scizor, like, but this is a solid team. I think it has a couple issues, but I think you can like sort it out decently well. Like I think like you're like a trade or two away from having like a super good team, but like it's not like a C tier team. I think it's comfortably a B tier team, but it does have some issues you can fix. Next team, South Coast Snowscapes, coached by Howl. So this team, if I would just find it here. Um, please load. Thank you. So Frostmoth, Garchomp, Blacephalon, Primarina, Skarmory, Modem, Snorlax, Lucario, Alolan Alolan Persian, and Golbat. So Frostmoth, really cool Terra Captain. You remove the 4 times weakness to fire, you remove the 4 times weakness to rock, and it suddenly becomes a good mon. It has some shield dust, it has like cool stuff, it can quiver dance, it can go off. It's basically dollar store Volcarona, but it can Terra. And I mean Volcarona with Terra is pretty insane. So like, bad Volcarona with Terra is probably has to be good, surely. Chomp is a really good mon. Blacephalon is a really good mon. Wolfmon's are really threatening. Primarina, good mon. Primarina gets flip turn, right? I think it should. Let's check. It should. It was in Gen 8. Cool. Okay. Alright, slight issue. I somehow paused my recording, and I have no idea when the recording was paused. So, fun. I don't know how long it's been paused for, but, alright, cool. Very nice. So, as I was saying, Howl, a pretty solid team. Frostmoth, good. Terra Captain, Chompa, Cephalon, super threatening. Primarina is a good mon. Skarmory gets a lot of hazards up. Modem's a good utility mon. Snorlax can be deadly with like Curse or whatever. Um, Lucario can be super threatening, especially in Div 3, where like it can like sword stance, it can nasty plot, it can just be like CB E speed or whatever. Lolachu with no E terrain, this one's super sus, especially when you have Modem as an electric type already. Little Impersion can do things. It can parting shot. It can knock off. That's all it really needs to do. Golbat. I mean, it's fine. It's not terrible. Um, what the hell is my pause hotkey on OBS? I'm changing that right now. Like right now. Um, it's my pause. How did I fucking hit that key? I should not be hitting that key on accident, like ever. Okay. Um, so you have Skarmory and Chomp for hazards, which is pretty good. You don't have a spinner, but that's not the end of the world. You have Modem as a defogger. You have Golbat if you want to bring that. It's a defogger. Frostmoth, Skarm are probably never gonna defog. Um, it's not that bad, guys. I probably skipped. Like it stopped at like 3 hours 12 minutes. We probably lost. I don't think we lost that much. I think I caught the pause pretty quickly. Cause like if we started Johto League at like 2 hours 54, we might have missed like a team or two. I think it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. But anyways, the team is solid. The speed tiers, not bad. 115, 110, 107, 102, 90, 290s, 86. That's not bad. Like the team doesn't have any super glaring weaknesses. Like the rock weakness isn't that bad. Like especially when Frostmoth can Terra out of the rock weakness. Um, it's a solid team. Like I think like Snorlax and Lucario are gonna be like super threatening in like Oshawott League, especially where like people are like less like don't really know how to like deal with these mods. I mean, even I struggle dealing with Lucario sometimes, but like Snorlax, I mean, remember that? Oh, all right, let's undo that. I mean, remember when that time when Prof let like I think was the Shadow Gallade set up like 17 million curses on him? Yeah, good times. And he's a Div 1 player, so you know Snorlax is a good threat. I think this is a solid team. I don't see anything like too big. I think the knockoff users are a little sus. I think you could use like another. You could probably use like another like rocker. Like not that Skarmory and Chomp are bad, but like so you don't have to like over rely on like bringing like Skarm every week for rocks because Chomp doesn't want to run rocks every week. Um, it's a solid team. I think it's a very high end B tier or kind of low end at A tier. Um, I'll put it very high B tier for now. Next team is Salem Mimikyu, coached by Harmony. Um, Luckily, I can't 6-0 her in 9 turns with Belly Drum Azu, but here we are. Virizion, Zygarde, Volcarona, Screamtail, Empoleon, Swallow, Lokix, Cloyster, Roserade, Espeon, and the GOAT, the real GOAT, Wooper. So Virizion is a Sig, pretty good. Like it can get rid of the 4 times flying weakness. Um, Zygarde, I mean, I've said this like twice. I don't like this mon. Volcarona, I really like. Screamtail's a good mon. Empoleon's a good mon. Gets Roost. Swallow can be threatening. Lokix is super threatening. Cloyster, I mean, I talked about the 6-0 with Azu, but I remember she got a 6-0 with Cloyster, a sub Shell Smash Cloyster in quarterfinals of that same league. Roserade. So like she knows how to use Cloyster. She knows like that. I think that thing got top 10 in MVP race off that game alone because they got like 6 of its 10 kills there. Roserade, it's a cool mon. Espeon, super good value in D tier. Wooper, I mean, I think this is S tier because of Wooper. Like, let's be real. Like she has a Wooper. It's Jover, bros. Like she wins. She has a Wooper. I mean, I made playoffs with a Wooper and a Pooper on my team in one league. It was pretty funny. I had Clodsire, Quagsire, Wooper, and Paldean Wooper, and still made playoffs. Um, so I will say no electric type and no ghost type is kind of sus, but I mean, hey, Wooper makes up for everything. um, so the speed tiers here, they seem like 125, 111, 110, 108. It's a bit cluttered here, but it's fine. 100 here, 95, 92, 90. Like these they're fine speed tiers for sure. Um, is this team really that weak on the physical side? Like there's a Zygarde, Virizion, I guess Swallow can be physical or special. Cloister can be whatever. It's a Shell Smash mod. I guess there is not a lot of physical mons here. It's like Volcarona and Polion. Um, and okay, interesting. I guess the Wooper does bring down the average, like the base stat total by a lot. To be fair, like if I just get rid of Wooper, like these stats are gonna go way up. Look, give it a second. Yeah, not as much as I thought, but like it's funny. Like these stats just tank. Gil is killing it with his effort, S tier analysis and knowledge. His OBS hotkey setup, not as much. I don't even know how I hit that hotkey, bro. Like it's so out of the way. Anyways, so as for hazards, I mean Wooper gets hazards. If you wanna, does Wooper not get T spikes? Only Quacks? Wait, what? Huh. I mean, if you do bring Wooper, we can click hazards. Like, you can do something. Screamtail gets rocks, Napoleon gets rocks. Those are good rockers. Roserade, Cloister's a good spiker. Cloister gets T-Spikes. I don't remember when, but it did, apparently. Roserade gets T-Spikes, that's good. Cloister gets Spin, which is nice. Like, if you're not shell smashing, I mean, you can Spikes, you can Spin. Empoleon's a really good defogger. I like that. You have a lot of Volt turn. No, well, I say a Volt turn. You have no Volt. Again, zero electrics. Why do so many people not have an electric type? What the fuck? But you have a lot of momentum, right? It might not be Volt Switch, but it's momentum, right? You have Cluster gets. I mean, it's a Gen 1 mon. Of course, it gets teleport. The most random shit gets teleport in RBY. I swear to God. Why does Cloister of all things learn teleport? What the fuck? Anyway, you only knock off users in Polion, which isn't ideal. I kind of wait. Lokix would be so cool if it had. I mean, Lokix is already so cool, but imagine if it had knockoff. How much cooler it would be. Um, this is a solid team. I respect it. I don't respect the Zygarde. I respect the rest of the team. Um, I think this is like even though you have a Wooper and it's basically like okay, let's be real, Wooper's like a mon down. Let's be real, but honestly, this team is still pretty good. Like I would give it like an A tier ranking. Like I think it's solidly A tier. Next team, Blind Bandits, coached by Blind Fangs. So this team, um, Tsuyan Typhlosion, we see that again. Cinderace, Greninja, Salamence, Clodsire, Mimikyu, Silvally, Salazzle, Aerodactyl, Galarian Corsola, and Golduck. Okay, what the fuck? There's 3 fire types, alright? Cinderace is super good. I have already mentioned in Jam section how Cinderace is good. I'm pretty sure I completely ignored the fact that it has fucking chord change in his section, but Cinderace is a good mon. But like Salazzle's a good mon, but like when you have Cinderace, Salazzle, and Hisuian Typhlosion on the same team, I mean, come on. What is this? Greninja is a good mon. Cinderace plus Greninja. I think wasn't there a Greninja Meowscarada team a while back? Or was it Meowscarada Cinderace? There was another team that had 2 Protean S tiers, which was pretty funny. Mence is a good mon, Clodsire is a good mon. Mimikyu, I don't like it as like the Soul Fairy. Silvally can. Oh my god. See, here's the thing. Silvally can cover like plug holes on your team. It's like like D like Gloomon. Like it's not like Lando. It's not like as good as like a think like Lando T. Lando T is a Gloomon, but like this is like actually like the definition. If you look up like the definition of glue on Merriam-Webster and like looking for like synonyms of glue, Sovali is one of them. All right, but the thing is, Sovali it's a good glue. It's a good glue. It's not like like a I don't know. It's not flex tape, all right, or flex glue, whatever fucking shit. It can only like glue so much together. I mean, look at this. No electric, no fighting, no psychic, no steel. Like three fire types, like three ghost types for some reason. So many repeat typings, so many typings you don't have. Like you have three, like Galarian Corsola is a terrible mon. Golduck doesn't do anything without rain. Aerodactyl, I don't think is. I mean, Aerodactyl's an interesting mon. Like it can be good. Like it has potential. Like it has Dragon Dance. It can do things. It has Hone Claws. Like it can Hone Claw Stone Edge. Um, like with Rockhead, it doesn't have like Head Smash or Brave Bird, right? So Rockhead's kind of worthless. I mean, still, right? But like this team just it's just a pile. Like in the trading card game, we just call this the mess. Like in Q, when you just draft like a really bad pool, like, it's called the mess. This is what this team is, all right, in TCG terms. I mean, I don't really know what to say. Like, you have good rockers because you have a Clodsire, and like Galarian Corsola could click rocks pretty effectively, but it just sucks. Greninja gets spikes, Clodsire gets spikes, T spikes pretty good. No spinner, that's fine because you have two good defoggers. You have an arrow. You have a court change in Cinderace. You have like a lot of U-turn. No volt switch because again, no electric type. You have like one knockoff user and it's a Salazzle, which isn't bad because it's still knockoff, but like you want like a strong knockoff ideally, right? This team just has like so many issues. It just crumbles to like everything. Electric types destroy everything short of Clodsire. And even then, depending on the electric type, like if it's a Raikou, it can like Scald and fish for a burn. The Jolteon can like Terra Ice. I don't think anyone has a Terra Jolteon though, but not in Oshawott League, I think. But who cares, right? My point still stands. Right, it's super weak to ground, even though you have two like flying types. They're both weak to rock. Like your team gets rolled by psychic types because Greninja doesn't really switch in because it's paper thin. You're super weak to ghosts, depending on the Sylvali type. Like you're weak to dark. It's just there's so many issues. The speed tiers here: 130, 122, 119, 117, 100, 96, 95. I feel like this right here is a bit cluttered. This right here is a bit too much of a gap. Like 15 points is fine, because like think about it like this. A Weavile's base 125, and a like Gengar is like 110. Weavile can't run Adamant to outspeed Gengar, right? But like I'm on like 126, 127 base speed could. Although I think Raikou can speed creep like hundreds, can still outspeed base hundreds with modest, but like 15 points is like the max that like is acceptable for like a gap at speed tier. Like 17 is too much, and then like it's super cluttered over here, like these four, and there's a Golduck. It's just like I don't want to like I mean he's a new player, right? So like I shouldn't be like this harsh, but like it is bad. I mean I think it's like his first draft league or something. I don't know, but like a first draft league team, like this isn't that bad. But like in the grand scheme of things, it's rough. It's rough. Like this is a D tier draft. Next up, we have the New Orleans Ninetales, coached by Tails DK. So his team, we have Tsarina, Heatran, Tapu Fini, Espatra, Thundurus, Incarnate, Noivern, Obstagoon, Toxicroak, Runerigus, Chinchino, and Auroras. There's an Auroras, but there's not even a payoff for Auroras. Like, what's the point? Like, what's the point of like buying an engine if you don't have the rest of the goddamn car to go with it? What's the point? But Sarina's a really good Terra captain. It was the kill leader of Tread's division last season with I think 15 kills in the regular season, and then Reggie Drago had 16, but Reggie Drago can't Terra anymore, so you know. Um, like Heatran's good, Feeney's good, Espatra's good, Thundy's good, Noivern's good. Like this is a fine team. The Runerigus, I mean, I mean it can like rocks. It's a Pokemon. I'm not entirely sure what Runerigus does. I'm assuming it's like basically just Cofagrigus but ground type. Like that's what I think it is, and that's probably what it is. Aurora sucks. Trinchino's good value for D tier. Like Toxicroak's a decent mon. Um, Obstagoon again. Like, although to be fair, you do have a second normal type to go with it. Not a bulky normal, but a normal. Um, Noivern's a good mon. I like it. It's a really good utility mon. Thunderous can be good. Espatra is a good mon. Fini, right? And you have good rockers. You have a Runerigus. You have a Heatran, which is an excellent rocker. Runerigus gets T-Spikes as well, because so does Cofagrigus. Tsarina gets Spin, and it's her signature. You bring it every week. That's fantastic. Thundy can defog if you want. Noivern's an excellent defogger. Fini can defog, but again, it gets rid of the Misty Surge. It's good at defogging, but you do have to part ways with the Misty Terrain. And sometimes it's a price worth paying. Um, you have a lot of Volt Turn. You have like 5 Volt U-turn mons. You have a Thundy for Volt Switch. You have even Toxicroak has Baton Pass because I mean that's also momentum. You have a lot of taunt. That's what you have 9 taunt mons or just 8. That's just 8. Okay, only 8 taunt mons on terrible draft. You also have a lot of knockoff. Like Tarina clicks knockoff. Toxicroak's good clicking knockoff. Donnie can click knockoff. Fini, yeah. Fini is also just really good. Like you can run like Iron Defense, Calm Mind, Draining Kiss. You can run just Calm Mind, Draining Kiss, right? Getting Draining Kiss in Gen A was a sick buff for Fini, honestly. Like that was so hype. I remember when like the home got data got leaked for Gen 8 and like all the topos were supposed to get like their terrain signature moves like Rising Voltage Coco. It also got Play Rough. Bulu got Play Rough and Grassy Glide. Lele got Expanding Force. We're like, wow, Phoenix sucks. It gets fucking Misty Explosion. And Fini got the most buffs out of home because none of them got those moves, and Fini got Draining Kiss, which is huge. But yeah, this team has a lot of cool things going on for it. I think it's a solid team. It's not like there's nothing that like is like super crazy about it, but there's nothing inherently wrong with it either. The speed tiers are fine 123, 115, 111, 105, 95, 85, 85, 77, 72. These speed tiers are super fine. I just think the Aurora sucks, but like it's an E tier, so like that's not the end of the world. Like who really cares? Like I mean, we have other players that just play a Mon down as well, right? They have like 10 draft Mon draft. This is a solid team. I like it. I don't think there's anything egregious with it. Like there's nothing like too bad. And for like the weaknesses, the speed tiers are fine. I think like it has like everything it needs to. It has good hazard control. It has a lot of knockoff. It has a lot of volt turn. It doesn't have any horrendous weaknesses to any one type, right? Tsarina's a good signature. Like that's always important in this league to make sure like you draft like a good signature, especially in Gen 9 when it can Terra. Like I think he's done a good job with this. I think it's a solid like A tier um team. I almost just typed in New Orleans Pelipers thinking of fucking Pokemon 7's team, but that ain't it, Chief. Next team, Mighty Mousehold, coached by Finimations, aka Hal. This team I I have taken a deep dive on because I did help him with this draft. So, Oricorio, Landeristerian, the Landalorian, once again. King Gambit, Among Us, Raikou, Gallade, Klefki, Regidrago, Jellicent, Cloth, and Girafarig. So Oricorio, really good signature. Landalorian, needs no introduction. King Gambit, Crazymon, Among Us, Sus. Why does Raikou get Scald? Why? Who gave it Scald? What the fuck? Gallade, really good mon. It has Sharpness. That's kind of a crazy buff. It's super nice. I should draft this someday. Like, I really should. I never have. I should. Sharpness Gallade does go hard because it has a lot of good moves. It has like Psycho Cut, like fucking Leaf Blade, like a lot. Klefki is a good mon. Prankster, everything, utility. Regidrago's pretty cool. It can definitely do things. Jellicent's is solid, bulky water. It's a spin blocker as well. Cloth is it's kind of cool. It has regenerator, right? So you have a regenerator core going on, right? It's pretty physically bulky, like base 115 defense, right? It can eat a decent amount of hits. It gets rocks, right? It gets knockoff too, which is nice. Girafarig, pretty good value for an E tier pick, right? Because it can hold Eviolite now. Like it's interesting. It's cool. Um, the speed tiers here are pretty sus. Like 115 to 93, but then like 91, 85, 80 twice, 75 twice. Like these speed tiers are sus. The ground weakness is fine. You can cover it because you have the Lando T, right? The Oricorio super good. Like it can quiver dance. It can do things. It's probably one of the best signatures you could pick. Um, yeah, it's not the greatest team. I mean, I mean, he had a rough draft. Like at first, like I think he did the best he could with like free agency to make this work, and he did make it work. Dang, I just missed mine. Well, Tails, if it makes you feel better, I did put you in A tier. I think your draft is pretty solid. But back to Finn's team. He has good rockers. He has Lando. He has Cloth. Spikes on Klefki. No spinner, but that's fine. Lando's a good defogger. Oricorio can defog. Klefki can defog. Right? The hazard removal's not really there, but you can just boots everything. U-turn, like really good U-turn, really good volt switch. You have baton pass here. You can teleport with Gallade. It probably forces enough switches that you can just teleport. Just no balls. Knockoff, you got Lando, you got Cloth, you got Gallade. Those are really good. Like you could use like another knockoff user, but like you have three really good ones that can just afford to run knockoff on every set. Um, I think it's a solid team. Like it has some issues with it, namely the speed tiers, but I think it's a respectable draft. Like I think it's a solid B tier. We're almost there. How many hours are we in? 3.5. Let's go. All right, next team, Wellington Ho-Oh, coached by Starvin Pig. Um, so this team, Wordier, Iron Treads, Hydreigon, Slitherwing, Miletich, Iron Thorns, Toxtricity, Torkoal, Whimsicott, Driftblim, and Walrein. So Walrein, what does where's the hail? Then I want the hail ice body Stalrain. I want the king. The actual where's the rain? I this why? Well, what's the point? Are you just gonna manual like click Snowscape? Is that what you're doing? This Wolverine's not even in Gen 9. It doesn't even get Snowscape. And Hail's not in the game anymore, so get fucked. Drifblim, kinda cool. It can do things, sometimes. Whimsicott, it has utility. Torkoal, he has the sun for the Slitherwing. The problem is that Iron Thorns and Iron Treads do not work with Torkoal. Where's the where are these future paradoxes on a sun team? Where's the the only sun abuser here is a Slitherwing. I mean, what? You're gonna run a Chlorophyll with Whimsicott? Is there no? You're not gonna do that. This Torkoal, so I mean, I get that like you can like buff Slitherwing with it, but it's Torkoal. Where's there's no other sun. Where's the sun abuse? It's a Torkoal, my guy. Anyways, Toxtricity is a good one. It's super. I think it's underrated at times. It can really, depending on the team, this can have a super insane matchup, and like there's not much the opponent can do about it. Like I've had like many a team that just gets run over by Toxtricity. I'm like, damn, this team just loses to Specs Toxtricity. Iron Thorns fucking sucks. Milotic is pretty good. Slitherwing is pretty good. Hydreigon's pretty good. Like this top end is pretty good. Like the Slitherwing plus Torkoal is nice. I would have liked like a actual chlorophyll mod because this mod does not have chlorophyll. Like the prankster's right there. Where there is an interesting Terra Captain. Oh, I guess you can like Terra Water or Terra Grass with Sap Sipper. Ooh, Terra Grass. I mean Terra Ground. Sorry, I like that. I actually do like that. That seems really interesting. You can also just run Intimidate because Intimidate's Intimidate. It's one of the best abilities in the game. It might be the best. That isn't like I don't fucking know. I mean it's the best that isn't like Drizzle, fucking Drought, whatever. It's up there, right? Trans super nice, gives a lot of utility. It can also hit hard if it wants, right? It gets like rocks, it gets spin, it gets volt switch, right? You can run Iron Defense body press sets. You can run like just booster energy, just go off. Hydreigon's super scary. It can DD. It can Nasty Blood. It can be Scarf. Slitherwing can be like Choice Band. It can be Bulk Up. It can be defensive too. Milotic isn't always will be a good one, right? On the speed tiers here, 116, 106, 98, 81, kind of rough. Then 81, 80, 75, 72. They're not super great, but they're also not bad either. They're above average speed tiers. I can say that much. You have good rockers. Like Turco's a good rocker. Trez is a good rocker. Thorns can rocks, I guess. It can also spike. Toxtricity can T-spike if you want. You got two good spinners. You got a good defogger. You got two good defoggers, and then a Driftblim. You got a lot of Volturn. You have like you got a Baton Passer and Driftblim. You have some knockoff. You have Treads, which is like one of the best mons that can just click knockoff. Right, you have every type in the game, which is pretty cool. Um, I love how Warring has a 1/8 ice resist. Jesus Christ, Dick Fat does a lot, huh? Um, but you're still somehow weak to ice. I mean, Drifblim, Whimsicott. Wait, how are you weak to ice? This doesn't make sense. This should be neutral, but whatever. Um, yeah, it's a solid team. I'm not a fan of the Thorns pick. The Wall Rain doesn't do anything outside of Hail. Wordier, um, I mean we'll have to see if this thing ends up being good. I really don't know. It could be a good Sig. It could be not good. But like I think like these four are gonna really carry the team. I think there's a Toxtricity as well. The rest of the team kinda sus. I think it's decent though. I think if you do like I think if you pick up like a decent chlorophyll mon, I think like on in the place of like thorns or something, I think you can do a lot. Like I think it's like um is it I don't think it's quite C tier. I think like these five really probably too good for C tier. I'll put it in like low B tier. So next up, we have the Tokyo City Esperion. Coached by um I don't remember. I should Alright, but this team. Hisuian Electrode as a Terra Captain. Someone did it with Voltorb, alright? You're not funny. Tusk, Tapu Lele, Baxcalibur, Holucha, another Lele Lucha team, Moltres, Magnezone. Did you know? The Dunsparce, Houndstone, and Muck. Um, so Muck gets T-Spikes. I think it got it in Gen 9. It's kind of cool. Um, Houndstone, I mean, it's a D tier, right? Like, you can't go too bad. Oh, this team is coached by Rich Z Crackers. That's the one. Houndstone. So it has Fluffy. It can run like a body press. Like Fluffy doesn't boost body press, but it eats physical hits, right? It has Will-O-Wisp. It has body press. It can serve as a spit that full, right? Especially for a D tier pick. Like I respect it. Um, The Dunsparce, pretty cool mon. Vaporeon, Wish Pass, super reliable, bulky water. It has Flip Turn as well. Magnezone, just clicks Volt Switch. Like, it could trap Steel types. Actually, this is actually. Magnezone actually does fit pretty nicely on this team because Lele Excalibur, like Lele has to hit Focus Blast, and Excalibur has to run like EQ to hit like Steel types. But if you have Magnezone to trap the Steel types, Lele doesn't have to hit Focus Miss, and Excalibur can run a different move over EQ. I think it's actually really good on this team. And then the Lucha to go with the terrain because of course Tusk is, but it's great Tusk. He's doing Electro. It's a pretty cool signature. I mean, if Shadow Glade could make playoffs as semis even, did he make semis? He made semis. In last season in Div 1, you can do stuff with Hisuian Electrode as your signature here. Um, like it has potential. Like Tusk, Lele, Bax, Lucha, Magnezone, Moltres, Vaporeon. That's a really good team. And then you have like the Dunsparce, Hisuian Electrode. It's not bad. Houndstone can come to like a game or two or even three, and like waltz a certain physically offensive mons. Even Muck can do something because it can set up T spikes, right? You have two good rockers in Tusk and the Dunsparce. You have a really good spin. I do wish you had like another rocker or a spiker so Tusk wasn't doesn't have to run rocks so often. Like I think that's a an issue because well, Tusk is really good and it's a really good rocker, but you don't want it running rocks every week. That's the thing. But like you have good Defogger and Moltres, you have some full turn going on, you have a lot of Volturn going on. Your only knockoff user is Tusk, which isn't ideal, but it's you can make it work still for sure. Um, it's a good team. I think if Tusk wasn't so relied upon for rocks and removal if Moltres doesn't come, I think this could be S tier. It could still be S tier. This team is bonkers. Like Tusk, Lele, Bax. Um, fuck it. I'll put it in I'll put it in S tier. I think it's like low S tier, but I'll put it in S tier. Um, we're four teams away, boys. Come on, 3 hours 46. Can we get this under 4 hours? Maybe. All right. Next up, Strawberry Field the Dennis, coached by Sceptor Bird. His team: Average Tusk, Melmetal, Zapdos, Suicune, Rillaboom, Blaziken, Alolan Mug, Comfey, Orbeetle, Audino, and Mischievous. This team is really good. This team is very good. Donphan, solid signature. Melmetal, you better run specs at least once or you're coming to Brazil. Zapdos, really good mon. Suicune, really good mon. Rillaboom, not. I mean, it still has Grassy Glide. Grassy Glide did get nerfed, but 60. It went from 70 to 60 base power, which is significant, but it's not like super insane. Blaziken, solid mon. I like it. It can be physical. It can be special. It can be mixed. It has U-turn. It go buffed in Gen A with U-turn and CC, and like that's pretty good. Lola Muck, interesting. Like I said, I think Pursuit's a big part of its kit, and it doesn't have Pursuit. Confe, again, like I said earlier, Confe sweeps one person a season, at least, every season, in every league. And I don't know how it keeps getting away with it, but it does. Orbital, it's a cool Websmon. It can do like Iron Defense, Calm Mind, Stored Power stuff. It has like Body Press. It has like Recover. It has things it can do. It's an interesting mon. I like Audino. I mentioned it before. It's a cool mon. It gets knockoff. It gets Wish Regenerator. Misdreavus, you could do a lot worse for an E tier. Like it's a decently bulky ghost type that can spin block. Problem is, what are you spin blocking? Because your only rocker is Dawnfan, so you have to kind of run that every week. Like if you want to run CB Dawnfan, then like you have no hazards. I think that's probably like the main thing that keeps this team from being like S tier potentially. Not having a dragon type isn't great, but it's workable. You have good removal. Like Dawnfan spin, Zapdos defogs, Comfey defogs, Blaziken can also defogs, but not the greatest defogger out there. But yeah, good team. Um, you got some good Volt turn going on. You got Audino. You got a bunch of field bell users. You got a lot of knockoff. Like that's pretty solid. The speed tiers are not good. Like the speed tiers are not fucking good. Your fastest mons are base 100. You don't have anything above that. But like 190, 85. You have a lot of 85 mons, 80. There's you don't have a mon above 100. And like a lot of your mons are like pretty close together in speed tiers. It's a little cramped, and like that's not good. Like your speed tiers are bad. Your speed tiers and lack of like hazard setting. I mean, this could be S tier if you fix those issues. But right now, I have to say this is an A tier team. Like it's good, for sure, but it has some issues. So next up, we have the Oklahoma City Thunderous, coached by JT. How many teams are left? We have three teams left, Nick. So this team: Venomoth, Dragonite, Ferrothorn, Rotom Wash, Enamorous Therian, Medicham, Chandelure, Lycanroc, Araquanid, Claydol, and Throw. So these mons aren't real. This mon's a cool mon. Lycanroc without sand? I mean, yeah, it's a Lycanroc. I can do things. Chandelure's a good mon. Medicham is really cool. It got Trailblaze in Gen 9. So like you can run um like a Trailblaze set and just click buttons with it. I think it's cool. And Amorous, I like an Amorous Theory. I picked it up. I dropped History and Samurott to pick this thing up. Like I mean I wouldn't do that if I thought this one wasn't good. I think it's a good one. Watch Tom is good. Ferrothorn, Dragonite. Venomoth as a signature is pretty cool. I think I like the option of Terra here. Like it has Sleep Powder, it has Quiver Dance, it has Tinted Lens. Ooh. Tinted Lens with Terra could be pretty hype, honestly. I could see that being good. Should be Dusk Form? Should this be Dusk Form? Oh yeah, it is Dusk Form. Oh, my bad. There we go, that's fixed. My bad. Okay. Yeah, Lycanroc Dusk is a lot better. um, yeah, okay. This makes a lot more sense. Yeah, this is pretty good. The speed tiers here are sus though. Like 110 to 90, but then like 90, 86, 80, 80, 80, 75. These speed tiers are not good. This team is super fucking slow. Um, you have good rocking options. You have Ferrothorn. You have Lycanroc is a decent rock spawn. Claydol can run rocks. Venomoth can even see spikes. Claydol spins. You have really good defogger in Rotom. You could defog a D-Knight. I don't know. Maybe you run a bulky D-Knight once or twice. No, you don't have as much, like... Of course Venomoth gets fucking teleport. Why? Who made RBY, dude? What the fuck? What were they thinking? Why did they just give Why is teleport a TM? And why did they just give it to, like, Mons? Like, did they just throw darts at a board? And they just gave things teleport. Like, alright, throw the dart, whoever. All right, it landed on Arcanine, Venomoth, fucking I why? Sabrina gave Venomoth teleport. Why? Sabrina knew. Sabrina knew that in 30, not 30. RBY released in what 1996. So Sabrina knew that 23 years later, the teleport would be a top tier move. She just knew. She can't see the future. Exactly. She knew that 2 decades later, this would pay off. Um. Okay. Why does Venom have a fucking defog, bro? Oh my god. Okay, do you have good knockoff mons? You have a Ferrothorn. That's good enough. I mean, you could use another one. The speed tiers are really fucking bad. The flame weakness is not that bad. You have a Wash Tom and you have a Ferrothorn that does like 33% if you run Rocky Helmet. Rock weakness is pretty bad. Like Claydol and Throw are not good. You have a Medicham. What's the point of having a Throw, right? Um, Rock weakness is bad. The Ghost weakness is bad because you don't have a Dark type or a normal type. That is pretty fucking bad, actually. Especially when you have three Dark weaknesses. Or not Dark, sorry, Ghost. I mistook them. The Dark is fine. It's Ghost, not Dark. Yeah, not having a Dark type or a normal type when it does lead to Ghost types just running you over. Like you will be run over by Ghost types, 100%. I guess Venomoth can tear a Dark, but why? Why would you tear a Dark your Venomoth? That's a waste. Um, this is a decent team. They do need to fix the Ghost type issue. You do need to fix the speed tiers, and you could probably use another knockoff mon. But I think it's a decent team. Like Dragonite, Ferrothorn, Wash Tom, and Amorous. Like I think these six. I mean, you can't bring all six of them to a game, but like I think this is like a solid foundation. But I mean, I guess you have a Araquanid for the speed tiers, but like they're still pretty sus. Like I think you're over reliant on webs to fix the speed tiers, but like you have something going on here for sure. I think it's like, is this B tier? Are these mons good enough to be B tier? Hmm. Um, I think I'll throw you in like a high C tier. Like this team has potential, I think. Uh, yeah. All right, second to last team. We're almost there. All right, we have the Blackburn Herdiers, coached by Bonger27. All right. So this team. Oh, it's this team. I remember this team because Finn asked, played Sim week 1 and he asked me for help to prep. Drapion, Meowscarada, Excadrill, Togekiss, Pelipper, Kingdra, Tauros Fire, Kilowattrel, Gigalith, Cradily, and Beartick. So, I why? What is going on? What is this dual weather stuff? Okay, so you have the Excadrill, you have the Gigalith for the Excadrill. Alright, cool. That's nice. But then you also just have a Pelipper, Kingdra, and I mean Kilowattrel's nice, for sure. But you don't need like rain for it. And like Kingdra is not the greatest rain abuser out there. Like you could definitely do better. I think this team is just trying to do too much. There's like too many moving parts to it. And like if you just like either like just kept like Excadrill Gigalith or just hard committed to Sand, I think this team could be a lot better. But I think there's too much going on this team. I mean, like Meowscarada, Drill, like Togekiss, Gigalith, like you can keep Kilowattrel, I guess. No, but Hurricane's like 50 accuracy in Sand. I don't think you keep Kilowattrel in that case. You get a different electric type. Are you? But also the Cradily. What's the point of Cradily? You have a Gigalith and a Meowscarada. Like what? Is it storm drain and like rain? I don't know. The bear tick. I mean, I respect the bear tick if the point is to like have rain because you can go like Pelipper, bear tick, Kingdra, Kilowattrel, Meowscarada, Drapion for a week if you want to hard commit to rain. If it's like a good matchup. I don't know, there's just too much going on. The fighting weakness is absurd. Like Togekiss is the quad resist, but like Pelipper, Kilowattrel, Togekiss, they all get hit by Rock Slide, and every fighting type has Rock Slide. So yeah, that's pretty fucking bad. Ground, kind of rough. You do have three flying types, but that also means you have a lot of rock weaknesses. And when I say a lot, you have four weaknesses and you're only resistant to Excadrill. And Excadrill drops the EQ, which every guy with a rock slide will have an EQ. So yeah, it's just rough. And also, three flying types means ice is pretty bad weakness, especially when Pelipper and Kingdra are four times weak to freeze dry as well. So like those just get eviscerated. Like this team just has so many like problems. The speed tiers are super sus, but like you have Sand Rush and you have Swift Swim, which like I there's just too much. There's just too much going on. I think this is too gimmicky. I think this is very comfortably like also a D tier draft. Like there's just too much happening. And last but certainly not least, the GOAT. The guy who once thought that Ariana Grande was a font. The guy who shot in a parking house. Attila. Alright. His team, Revavroom, Enamorous Incarnate, Latias, Keldeo, Live Slug Reaction, Pre-recorded Slug Reaction, Arcanine, Regieleki, Seismitoad, Licky Licky, Doublade, and Masquerain. Goat Licky Licky, Goat Wo Chen. Revavroom with Terra is pretty good. He proved that in the speed tournament. I'm pretty sure he got it to like I'm pretty sure he made this thing kill leader in the speed tournament. The Revavroom. And Amorous is crazy. Latias is pretty good. Keldeo is pretty good. Woe's pretty good. This is a good team. The speed tiers 110, 108, 106, 95, 90, 80, 74. They're good. They're good. Um, this team doesn't really have any like glaring like weakness issues, right? The biggest issue I see, Seismitoad, I mean, it's the only rocker. Like Revavroom gets T spikes, I suppose, but like the only rocker being Seismitoad, it's kind of rough. Spin with the Lucky is fine. Defog with Latias. I mean, Latias isn't the greatest defogger. Masquerain isn't defogging its own webs. Like you have like some like Volturn. You have like, but you have because Arcanine gets teleport. You have Licky Licky. Goaded pick is a good cleric. You have some good knockoff. You have Bochan. You have Seismitoad. You have Licky Licky. This is a pretty good team. Do I think it definitely looks A tier. I think if it had like another like really good rocker, or a good spiker, um, I think it could be S tier. But as it stands, I think it is A tier. So I'm gonna relook at some of these A tier teams because maybe some of them could be S tier. Like who knows? Like let's look at the quality of S tier. So Paralyzed Forges. I mean, this is these top eight mons are just fucking insane. I don't, Nick. I know you're here now. I don't know if you I don't think you were here when I talked about your team, but basically the conclusion I came to is that these eight mons are fucking insane. It doesn't matter that these three mons suck because these ones go fucking insane. That's the conclusion I came to. Um, And then the other S tier team, the Flippers. This is down in Johto League. This was the team I was talking about before I started recording and said, yeah, this team is crazy. Gliscor, Moth, Necrozma, Haxorus, and then it's paired up in good stuff. Like Dancy is an interesting Terra Captain. Cobalion I don't like, but it's fine. Feraligator's good, Zaruda's good, Talonflame's a good defogger. Like assuming Quillfish is nice. The Dene, as far as E tiers go, it's fast and clicks Volt Switch. That's all you can really ask for. This team is like these four so fucking insane. Moth, Necrozma, Haxorus, holy shit, you're not stopping that offense. Now when there's also a Gator, a Zarude even, Talonflame on that team as well. Then the last S tier I mean team, is Tokyo City Esperion, which you were here for. Which, well, I literally just talked about not too long ago. Like, Tusk, Lele backs, Lucha with Terrain, Moltres is good, Magnezone trapping steals for Lele backs, Vaporeon's a good mon, the Dunsparce is a good mon, Hisuian Electrode's a cool signature, Houndstone can do things, even Muck can do things, it gets T-Spikes. Remember when I wanted Iron Moth plus Necro? Yeah, I remember that, Nick, and well, yeah. Let's look at these teams again. Hafen City Skitty. This is the first team I looked at other than mine. Um, let's see. So Zoroark disguised as a Lecky, I agree. I said was pretty nuts. Bax Zam, Feeny Stila, Heracross Quag. So why wasn't this A tier? Why wasn't this S tier again? What was the reasoning? Because this is definitely an S tier team. Um, Yeah, this looks pretty fucking nuts to me. Yeah, no, I think this is S tier. Let me just like move you guys down so like this remains in order. Oh, don't do that. Don't no. Okay. Migonta Cricketot. This team. Coco Drill, Tangrowth, Ryuni, Mienshao, Umbreon. Okay, so this team doesn't look like bonkers insane, but it's not a team I'd want to fight, right? Like I don't think it has the how do I say it? It doesn't have like a crazy like superstar mon, or like it doesn't have like an Iron Moth or an A tier Necrozma, or like Tusk Lele, like fucking what was the third mon? Tusk Lele backs, but it doesn't have that BS factor. Thank you, Gala. Yeah, it doesn't have like that bullshit factor, but like Coco Drill with like Tangrowth, like other stuff, like like I think this could be like S tier because it's just a solid team. The problem, like Jumpa, Perugly, and like Galisipod. I mean, Turbo Bug first impression's nice, but it could be S tier. I think there's an argument for this to be S tier. There's an argument for this to be A tier because it doesn't have like that bullshit factor. I'm gonna keep this A tier because Prof plays American football. All right, that's what I'm doing. Um, so Flanders, Flygons, this team. Escarada, Zoroark. He missed the Skeledirge for the triple starter core, which is kind of sad. Um, let's see. The speed tiers here are like bordering on sus. Not quite, but bordering on it for sure. Um, I think this is like a top. Hisuian Zoroark disguised as a band of Yaskarada. Yeah, you could do that. Or Quackleval. Like I also thought Quackleval. Because like water fighting, normal ghost. Because like ghost and dark hit like pretty much the same things, right? So like it wouldn't be the greatest disguise. It's not bad, but it's not like the greatest out there. You could also disguise as a Dragalge and just throw in like adaptability Draco on your disguise. Um, is this S tier? There's an argument. There's an argument to be made that this could be S tier. I'll keep it in A tier Who knows? Maybe on another day I would put it in S tier. This team, Mayo's team, the fucking Terra Electric Arctozold, because I know it's gonna Terra Electric. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know. Like Slowking, Volcarona. This is a good Veil Hyper Offense team. Like Zold, Slowking, Volcarona, Haxorus. Like this team goes fucking hard. Um, then like the back half, Gligar's fine. Delmise is fine. Forwarders is fine. More Grafii, more Peko, Girder. Is this S tier? Is it? The fire weakness is kinda bad. And like some fire types can still just beat Slowking. Like Chandelure just eats this team. Um the Edgequake weakness is really rough. Right, because like his only rock resists Girder, his only ground resists are like Gligar and Delmise. Not that Gligar and Delmise are bad ground resists, but you know, like Mammo also just eats this team alive. To be fair, I think the it puts out so much offensive pressure, but I think the defensive issues keep it from being S tier. But it's close. It's close. Carolina Crawdons. That is coded Lyoko. Moth, Dragonite, Empoleon, Slitherwing, Rhyperior is a Terracap. Um, Triple Poisonous Sauce. Um, like Moth, Dragonite is crazy. Empoleon, Slitherwing is super good. Rhyperior. Um, New Triple Poisonous Sauce though. But I think I can keep this in A tier. But it's close. Power Snakes. This is Girahim. This doesn't have the bullshit factor. I think this stays in A tier. They get a fine team. Golden State War Turtles. This also doesn't have. This feels like a Gen 6 team, and then there's Nick's least favorite Pokemon, which I'm pretty sure I said that in the video prior. And Globro, I'm not convinced by its arena's good. Like this is just a Gen 6 team, and then there's these goobers. I don't think it has the bullshit factor, but it's a good team. Jersey, Dusknoirs. Scizor and Amorous, whoa. I like Terra Electric Raichu, Rising Voltage and with Pincurchin. If Pincurchin had Volt Switch, I think this team would be like insta S tier. But it doesn't. Like if it could slow Volt Switch into a Lolachu, this is an S tier team. Like 100%. But because it can't. It can Memento, but that's once per game. So I think that's a I think this stays in A tier. Orlando Magikarp. This is no, this is the Sun team. I think this is an A tier because of how volatile Sun is. On Experiment W. I think at this point, like I'm confident in most of my like A tiers. Um Espatra, the thing. I think this can stay in A tier. Like this Whirlipede, you're playing down them on. You have 10 mon draft. Here's fine. You're fine on hazard control. You're fine. Oh yeah, no electric type. I don't like that. I really don't. But I think it's fine-ish. Next team is S tier. I think Yasha's team has an argument for S tier because Zygarde, Feeny, Necro. I mean, I'm not a fan of Zygarde, but like Feeny, Necro, Nihilego, Chandelure, Kilowattrel, Zygarde. I mean, Forces Prep. It's tier 1, but I'm not a fan of it in tier 1. Rifori. I think this team can also be S tier. So this would go between Paralyzed Florges and Flippers. Okay. I think that should be it. I guess I can check some of these other teams just in case. Gala's team, Enamoris, Hydra, Zerledge, Memo. This is really fucking good with Klefki. Is this S tier? It could be. Like Enamoris, Hydra, Zerledge, Memo, Blastoise with screens. And then the Chestnut as well, the Meloetta. I don't like the Edge Quake weakness. That's really bad. Like, it's rough. Like, you can play around it, but um, let's see. This is pretty close to S tier. Is it actually S tier? Maybe. Maybe. It could be. Slurpee Sluggers. I don't think this team was quite S tier. Not really. Not quite S tier on this. I think that's it. Distortion World. I think I said Distortion World Doofs was like, yeah. If this Arctos or Aurora's core wasn't here, because Aurora's is a terrible Pokemon, this could be S tier. But I think like playing down two Mons is kind of rough. It's like I get the point of like Arctos ult and E terrain, but if you're using Auroras to set up your snow, it's just bad. I don't like that. Um, that I think that's it. I well, I've been here for what? 4 hours, 15 minutes, baby. All right. I hope you enjoyed the video. Um, I will see you all next time. I'm going to bed. I have school tomorrow morning, so this is fun. I can't believe I spent 4 hours talking about teams. I actually did it. Holy shit. And I didn't go completely insane. I almost did over fucking teleport, but I didn't. So I'll see you all next time. Probably commentating a game. I don't know. Maybe.